voice? Now I mute myself. I unmute.
Malaysian Examinations Council, MEC, was established in 1980 under the Malaysian Examinations Council Act 1980, Act 225. MEC began its operations at the Examinations Syndicate Building in Jalan Duta, Kuala Lumpur. The objective of the establishment of MEC is to conduct the Malaysian High School Certificate STPM examination, replacing the Higher School Certificate HSC or Sijil Tinggi Persekolahan STP, which were previously conducted by the University of Cambridge Local Examination Syndicate and Universiti Malaya. Owing to its expanding operations, MEC moved to the KWSP building. With regards to the changes in the Malaysian education system, MEC started to revamp its examinations syllabi that are in accordance with the national education system. In ensuring all the entrusted activities are conducted efficiently and the security matters relevant to its operation are controlled effectively, MEC was driven to have a premise of its own. A 19 million ringgit building was subsequently built and occupied in 1998. In 1999, MEC was tasked with conducting the Malaysian University English Test, MUET. This test is compulsory for all STPM, diploma and matriculation students who intend to continue their first degree programs in public universities. In order to ensure the safety and secrecy of the examination's question papers, several government agencies are working hand in hand with MEC in the distribution process of the question papers to their respective exam centers. Education Transformation Program and the empowerment of the Form 6 education system, MEC redefined the STPM in the year 2012. This included in rebranding of the Form 6 classes as colleges, and students were not required to wear school uniforms, but rather smart casual clothing. Each year, a representative from Cambridge Assessment Board, the United Kingdom, participates in STPM standards fixing meetings. MEC is also a member of the International Association for Educational Assessment, IAEA, that becomes a platform for MEC to keep abreast with the latest development in educational assessment and therefore increase MEC's professionalism in the field of assessment and evaluation. Every year, as tokens of recognition and encouragement, MEC gives away the Best Candidates Awards for both STPM and MUET. The STPM certificate issued by MEC is recognized by higher learning institutions all over the world. This recognition has enabled many STPM students to further their studies in various well-known universities globally. MEC's topmost priority as a reputable and competent examinations body to keep carrying out its entrusted duties responsibly by offering the best in measurement and evaluation education. This will ensure the continued recognition of MEC and STPM on a global level.
Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia ditubuhkan pada tahun 1980 di bawah Akta 225, Akta Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia 1980. MPM memulakan operasinya di bangunan Lembaga Peperiksaan Jalan Duta Kuala Lumpur. Tujuan penubuhan MPM adalah untuk mengendalikan peperiksaan Sijil Tinggi Persekolahan Malaysia STPM bagi menggantikan peperiksaan Sijil Tinggi Persekolahan STP atau Higher School Certificate HSC yang sebelum ini dikendalikan oleh University of Cambridge Local Examination Syndicate dan Universiti Malaya. Bagi menampung kegiatan operasi yang giat berkembang, MPM berpindah ke bangunan KWSP. Selaras dengan perubahan dalam sistem pendidikan negara, MPM mula mengurat langkah membina sendiri sukatan pelajaran yang bercirikan pendidikan nasional. Bagi menjamin supaya semua aktiviti yang dipertanggungjawabkan berjalan lancar dan hal ehwal keselamatan dapat dikawal dengan cekap dan berkesan, telah mendorong MPM membuat keputusan untuk membina bangunan sendiri. Bangunan MPM yang bernilai 19 juta ringgit siap dibina dan diduduki pada tahun 1998. Pada tahun 1999, MPM telah dipertanggungjawabkan untuk mengendalikan Malaysian University English Test atau MOHD. Ujian ini wajib diduduki oleh semua calon STPM, diploma dan matrikulasi sebelum memasuki program pengajian ijazah pertama di Universiti Awam Tempatan. Bagi menjamin keselamatan dan kerahsiaan kertas soalan, berbagai agensi terlibat dalam proses pengedarannya ke pusat-pusat peperiksaan. Selaras dengan program transformasi pendidikan dan bagi memperkasakan program pendidikan tingkatan 6, pada tahun 2012, MPM telah menukar sistem pentaksiran STPM. Ini diikuti dengan penjenamaan semula kelas tingkatan 6 sebagai kolej tingkatan 6 dan para pelajarnya tidak lagi berpakaian uniform sekolah, sebaliknya berpakaian smart casual. Pada setiap tahun, Wakil Cambridge Assessment United Kingdom turut serta dalam mesyuarat jawatan kuasa penetapan darjah STPM. MPM juga menganggotai International Association for Educational Assessment bagi membolehkan MPM mengikuti perkembangan terkini dan meningkatkan profesionalisme dalam aspek penilaian dan pengukuran pendidikan. Setiap tahun, sebagai menghargai kecemerlangan dan sebagai galakan kepada para pelajar, MPM memberikan anugerah kepada calon terbaik dalam keputusan STPM dan MOHD. Sijil STPM yang dikeluarkan oleh MPM diiktiraf oleh institusi pengajian tinggi di seluruh dunia. Pengiktirafan antarabangsa ini membolehkan banyak calon STPM melanjutkan pengajian ke institusi pengajian tinggi terkemuka di luar negara. Justru menjadi hasrat MPM sebagai badan peperiksaan yang berwibawa untuk terus melaksanakan tanggungjawab yang diamanahkan dengan menawarkan suatu penilaian dan pengukuran pendidikan yang unggul. Ini adalah bagi memastikan MPM terus disegani dan STPM terus diiktiraf di peringkat antarabangsa.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning to everyone who is here this morning. I would like to welcome everyone to the webinar on readiness for tertiary education organized by MPM, Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia, Malaysia, in collaboration with the Committee for the Research on Pensetaraan MUAT Lama dan MUAT Baru. I especially would like to welcome the schools that participated in taking the exam, the English proficiency test, in the last 1 week, particularly Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Aminuddin Baki Johor Bahru. So welcome students and teachers who are present this morning. From SMK Gelang Patah Johor Bahru, College Sultan Abdul Hamid Al-Usta, College Tingkatan 6 Sultan Salahuddin Al-Usta, SMK Seri Mahawangsa Jitra Kedah, students and teachers from SMK SMK Tunku Abdul Aziz Al-Usta, SMK Badak Bacok, SMK Seri Gunung Bacok, College Tingkatan 6 Desa Mahkota Kuala Lumpur, SMK Maxwell Kuala Lumpur. We also have students and teachers perhaps from SMK Seri Jengka Maran, Maktab Sultan Abu Bakar Johor Bahru, SMK King Edward 7 Taipei, SMK Kinabutan Tawau, College Tingkatan 6 Bandar Utama Petaling Jaya, College Tingkatan 6 Petaling Jaya, College Tingkatan 6B Petaling Jaya. So welcome again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Without further ado, I am first of all, I'm Prof. AINOL. I'm going to be the moderator throughout the session this whole morning. So without further ado, let me call upon the KE of MPM to give the welcoming address. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma shalli ala sayidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayidina Muhammad. Yang saya hormati semua ahli jawatankuasa penyataraan band MUAT baru dengan band MUAT lama MPM, iaitu pengurusi jawatankuasa Profesor MADYA Dr. Siti JAMILAH binti BIDIN, pensyarah dari Universiti Utara Malaysia, ahli-ahlinya Profesor Dr. ZURAIDAH binti Muhammad Don, pensyarah dari Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Profesor Dr. AINOL MADZIAH binti ZUBAIRI, pensyarah dari Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia, Profesor MADYA Dr. IDAYU binti MAHAT, pensyarah dan penyelidik dari Universiti Utara Malaysia.
This meeting is being recorded.
Dr. HALIM bin ABDUL, pensyarah dari Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Yang saya hormati pegawai-pegawai PPD dan guru-guru yang turut serta, dan yang saya kasihi semua pelajar-pelajar tingkatan 6 yang hadir pada hari ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terlebih dahulu, marilah kita mengucapkan syukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Taala kerana dengan izinnya webinar pada hari ini dapat dilaksanakan. Saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada pegawai-pegawai pendidikan daerah dan guru-guru yang telah memberikan kerjasama yang terbaik membantu MPM untuk menjayakan ujian selidik MUAT khas tempoh hari. Ribuan terima kasih yang tidak terhingga juga kepada semua pelajar yang hadir dalam webinar pada hari ini yang telah memberikan kerjasama untuk menduduki ujian selidik MUAT khas pada 23 hingga 25 November yang lepas. Peranan adik-adik sebagai sampel yang terpilih untuk menduduki ujian selidik MOHD tempoh hari amatlah penting, dan tanpa kerjasama dari adik-adik, kajian yang MPM buat ini mungkin terjejas. Untuk makluman pegawai PPD, guru-guru dan pelajar-pelajar, kajian ujian selidik MOHD khas yang diduduki oleh pelajar tingkatan 6 terpilih tempoh hari adalah untuk menghasilkan satu dokumen penyetaraan band antara band MOHD baharu yang digunakan mulai MOHD sesi 1 2021 dengan band MOHD lama yang boleh digunakan oleh Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi untuk kemasukan pelajar ke Universiti Awam mulai sidang akademik 2022-2023. Ini bermakna kajian yang melibatkan kita ini adalah bertaraf kebangsaan dan kita patut berbangga atas penglibatan kita. Sebagai menghargai sumbangan pelajar-pelajar yang terlibat, MPM akan memberikan token bernilai RM30 setiap orang dan akan mengeluarkan sijil penghargaan kepada semua yang terlibat. Lanjutan daripada sumbangan yang telah diberikan oleh pelajar yang telah menduduki ujian selidik ini, maka ahli jawatankuasa penyetaraan band MOHD baharu dengan band MOHD lama MPM yang terdiri daripada pakar-pakar bahasa Inggeris dan statistik dari Universiti Awam yang saya sebutkan tadi telah dengan sukarela mengadakan webinar pada hari ini yang bertemakan Readiness for Tertiary Education dengan tajuk Speaking from the Heart, atau dalam bahasa Melayu bercakap dari hati sebagai corporate social responsibility mereka. Daripada tajuk ini saya dapat rasakan ada sesuatu yang ingin disampaikan kepada adik-adik dengan penuh rasa ikhlas yang berkaitan dengan masa depan adik-adik jika berpeluang melanjutkan pengajian ke Menara Gading Club. Secara kasar, jika saya lihat objektif webinar yang terdapat pada poster webinar, saya dapati semua objektif ceramah adalah untuk memberikan kesedaran dan motivasi kepada adik-adik dalam ekosistem pembelajaran di sekolah, di universiti dan sehingga adik-adik menempuh alam pekerjaan. Saya harap adik-adik ambillah peluang yang hendak disampaikan ini kerana penceramah dalam webinar ini adalah bertaraf pakar yang telah berpuluh tahun serta telah masak dengan ekosistem pendidikan di universiti. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa dan sebelum saya mengakhiri ucapan saya sekali lagi ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih yang tidak terhingga kepada pegawai, PPD, guru-guru dan semua pelajar yang terlibat dengan ujian selidik MOHD bagi tujuan kajian penyetaraan band MOHD baharu dengan band MOHD lama. Sekalian penghargaan juga saya ucapkan kepada semua ahli jawatankuasa penyetaraan band MOHD baharu dan band MOHD lama MPM. Juga urusetia MPM yang telah bertungku lumus menjayakan kajian ini serta melaksanakan webinar pada hari ini. Sekian, terima kasih dan seterusnya saya menyerahkan majlis ini kepada ahli jawatankuasa penyetaraan band MOHD baharu dengan band MOHD lama bagi meneruskan webinar ini. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you Tuan Ketua Eksekutif Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia yang berusaha Cik Adnan Hussein. So indeed, this morning we are very blessed to have the prominent speakers from all areas and also youngsters who will be talking to us about their journey and how their journey can be taken as something that will be inspiring all of you for your future, especially in your next step of life, which is getting into the university. Okay, so without further ado, I think the next is that we're going to watch a video, and video is going to be just a few minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. So I hope everybody will pay attention video is something that will provoke you to thinking and also to broadening our mind for your future. Okay, so let's watch the video.
So for the past 20 years, I've been helping Malaysians and other Southeast Asians to speak better English. And through training thousands of Southeast Asians, I've discovered a very surprising truth. I've discovered that how well somebody communicates in English actually has very little to do with their English level. It has a lot to do with their attitude towards English. There are people out there who have a very, very low level of English and they can communicate very, very well. One of them that I remember was a student, a participant of mine named Faisal. He was a factory supervisor. English level very, very low. But this guy could just sit and listen to anybody very calmly, clearly, and then he could respond, absolutely express his thoughts beautifully at a very low level of English. So today I want to share with you what is so different about people like Faisal. How do they do it? And second of all, why is this so important, not only to you, but to your children, to your community, and to the future of Malaysia? And third of all, what's one thing you can do starting today if you want to speak with that calm, clear confidence that people like Faisal has? So first of all, what is so different? How do people like Faisal do it? So to answer that question, I'm going to take you back about 10 years, okay? So I was training staff at that time, and my daughter at that time was taking piano lessons. And I started to notice two really strong similarities between my daughter's attitude or thinking towards playing the piano and a lot of Malaysians' thinking or attitude towards English. Now, first of all, I should tell you, my daughter absolutely hated piano, hated the lessons, hated practicing. This is my daughter practicing piano, okay? This is as good as it got. This is the real thing. And she dreaded going to piano lessons because to my daughter, going to piano lessons, she was filled with this sort of dread because it was all about not screwing up, right? Because like for a lot of piano students, to both my daughter and her teacher, her success in piano was measured by how few mistakes she made. Now at the same time, I noticed that a lot of Malaysians went into English conversations with the same sort of feeling of dread, this sort of feeling that they were going to be judged.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we stop there. So if I were to ask you the question, so which one do you think you lack? Confidence or English language proficiency, right? So, okay, so that's why we are here today, to talk about those two issues, your communication ability, your future going to university, and what you need in order to do well at the university and in life, right? So with that, I would like to welcome our first slot speaker, Professor Dr. ZURAIDAH, and she'll be talking, her session is on the voice of experience. Let me just say a little bit about Professor ZURAIDAH. And I don't think I need to say a lot about her. Professor ZURAIDAH is a retired professor from Universiti Malaya, but now is an adjunct professor at UTM and also at IDAYU, if I'm not mistaken. But the name is everywhere in the Ministry of Education and in Malaysia as far as English language education, the English language education roadmap, and also in MOHD, because she's also the chair of the MOHD Syllabus Revision Committee with the Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia. She's, over the decades, she's done a lot of research in linguistics, particularly critical discourse analysis. And she's everywhere on the screen in the last 3 years, speaking not just to Malaysians, but also all over the world, on not just language and English education, but in all aspects that in such that I would say that if you just Google her, you will see her everywhere. All right. So without further ado, Prof. Zu, I would like to welcome you to the screen, and the mic is yours.
Thank you, Prof. AINOL. Really very nice introduction, and I welcome all of you for joining us. This is really an honor for me to be with all of you, especially you all, the future generation for future Malaysia. That's really wonderful, and for me to be invited to talk to all you from heart to heart. Yeah, we are talking about from our heart to your heart, and we hope that we can somehow, build in you that fire, the fire to succeed, yeah, and the fire to make sure that you succeed, inshallah. If we work hard enough, we believe in ourselves, inshallah, we'll succeed. Okay, let me share my presentation slides. I think, you see, right now, alhamdulillah, this is my worst fear. When I present, every time I say, Ya Allah, Ya Tuhanku, will my slides appear? So Allahu Akbar, my slides appear. So that's fantastic, yeah. Okay, first of all, as Prof. AINOL said, I'm going to talk about the voice experience, and the voice and experience and the voice in the context of communicating in English. Okay, right. Before I continue, if you do have any questions, please ask me, because we would like to hear your voice. This is not about our voices, the experienced people, we all people. I've just got a grandchild, so that's how old I am, and a few of us also have grandchildren. But the voice of experience is not just the voice from us, from the old people, but you want to hear your voices. That's why we have young people, yeah, with us. They will introduce themselves. Now, when we ask about the voice of experience, why do I call this presentation the voice of experience? Now, to me, experience is our best teacher. When people see us being successful, they don't see what we've gone through. They just see us being successful. And I always tell people that success, what makes you successful, is not, it's not just doing the work. Yes, we have to do the work. All of us have to. So for you to be able to communicate in English, you've got to practice. That's the work. You've got to believe in yourself. That's emotional self. But more importantly is the journey that we have gone through in order to make who we are. And that is a humbling process. It's a humbling process because every step of the way is difficult for us. Yet what is more important is not the difficulty of our journey. It is what we learn from our journey. This is the voice of experience. My friends and colleagues, Dr. JAMILAH, we call her Dr. J, Dr. HALIM, they will tell you about their experience, yeah. And the others, perhaps Prof. AINOL will of course share. And of course, Prof. AINOL herself has lots of experience. Now, when we talk about experience here, we have our own experience, yeah, which I think like Dr. HALIM and Dr. JAMILAH will share that. But we also have to know about other people's experience, because if we know other people's experience, we then understand what it takes to be successful. And in this context, what it takes to be able to communicate in English. Yeah, I remember when I was at University of Malaya, one of my colleagues said, Prof. Zu, they all call me Prof. Zu. When you first came to I said, yeah, you were very shy. I said, indeed, I'm actually a shy person. Is it really? They don't see that I'm shy. I say, yes, I am actually. But I know how to hide my shyness. What I did was that I forced myself to appear in front of people. So I did a lot of presentations in order to overcome my shyness. That was my challenge in the past. And now because of that, I have to talk all the time. But it is actually an honor for me to talk to you all. Yeah. Now, your world is different from our world. We have different kind of challenges. Young generation now has different kind of challenges. Yours is what we call the post-COVID reality. That is your world. Yeah. Globally, young people are feeling more uncertain about what the future holds for them. I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that. This is a world of uncertainty. A lot of finding about yourself, what strength you have within yourself in order to succeed. Yeah. And also because of the COVID pandemic, it has changed and changed education and affected jobs and the job market. For example, there is a rise of e-learning, teaching undertaken remotely and on digital platform. In fact, I'm a senior citizen. This actually caused me a lot of fear. Sometimes I have sleepless nights when I have to do this. Yeah. So that's why I said, oh my goodness, what a really alhamdulillah that I can appear in front of you now. Yeah. So, but I think for you all, it's not a problem. Yeah. Because I see, my nephews and my nieces and my own daughter being able to access, and they don't understand why I can't understand it. So that's, yeah. The second one, I think, which is, so for those of you going to university, do, get more information about this. Yeah. So our 3 young people will share their experience, yeah, about work, of course, but you also need to know and need to access it. And the second, I think, which is also important, because you go to university, yes, but some of you may go straight to get a job. Yeah. And it's a different world also. Yeah. It's a different world because this world in the post-COVID reality, the fast-growing jobs for the future post-pandemic are remote work and freelancing. Yeah. Yeah. I can't survive in this world. I was born in 1958. If I were to be working remotely and freelancing, I find it very difficult. But for you all, that is your world. That is your reality. Yeah. So you can't depend on people. When we were at university, we got a job immediately when we left university. You're always different. So what we can say is that, but there's one thing for sure, we cannot return to the world as it was before. So what do you need to do? We need to learn to adapt. You all have to adapt. Yeah. This is a post-COVID reality. Adaptation, adapting to the new reality. Right. Next, can I go? Okay, just a while. Okay. Now, what are the skills that you need for employment? So this is a voice experience, my own experience plus experience of those who have written about this. Yeah. One is you've got to have appropriate education, which means that no matter what, continue with education if you can, and appropriate expertise and skills relevant to the workplace. Now, your workplace is a virtual workplace for some of you. For some of you, it's not a physical workplace. Yeah. And I think you're more comfortable with that. We are not comfortable, but I think you are more comfortable with that. Very importantly, as Ms. Pascal said just now, a good command of English. But how do you get a good command of English if your English is not that good? So you want to speak in English, but your English is not that good. So how do you do that? Okay. Next, you've got to have this, what we call the certain attributes. You've got to be curious. You've got to have lots of imagination. You have to have empathy. This is very important. People never talk about empathy. You've got to feel for the others, feel and empathize. This is what we call listen with your heart. Not just your ears, listen with your heart. So that you actually care. When you show that you care, people respond positively to that. Entrepreneurship. So when you go to university, you have all this resilience. Resilience is what makes us be strong. All of us have got negative things in our life. But if you are resilient, you continue. You continue. So come what may, we continue. That is what you have to develop. But again, come what may, you continue yet within the context of having empathy for other people, not just me. That world is not good. It is having empathy, helping people as well to succeed. And another thing is a growth mindset. This is about learning. I will talk about that. Next, you need to have confident determination to create. You have to create your own employment. You cannot just say that, oh, okay, I'm going to be offered a job. Sorry, that is not your world. Your world is you proactively create your own employment and you manage your career in new ways. You manage your career. That is your world. One thing which is good about that world, you are not under people's control. I have difficult to deal with people's control because I don't like to be controlled. To me, there should be freedom. So your world has got that freedom. But how you manage your freedom in order to be successful, that is another thing. Okay? And this is your world, connectivity. You need to connect, the connectivity and access to knowledge and information, business and job markets. Okay, so how am I doing? Am I too fast for you all? Shall I slow down a bit? Because when I get excited, I tend to go fast. Am I okay, Prof? I know.
I think you're doing good. You're doing okay.
Right.
This time for the audience, if you have any question, you can raise your hand later at the end of the session. We will give you a chance to have your questions out. Okay, all right, Prof. Zhu?
Okay, thanks. It's the role of English. So just talking, I know you have heard this thousands of times, but I think it's very important for us to look at English as a way, as a means to connect with the rest of the world. That means which make us part of a global community. You've got to do that. You have to be part of the global community. And enabling all of you to participate in this global village, not just for social educational purposes, but also for business purposes. You need to extend, because yours is a borderless world. During our time, we are restricted by the four walls. Well, we do get, on the internet sometimes, but we are so used to that one kind of confined space. You don't have that confined space. So in that way, you're freer than us. And very important, I just give that, I think you know that. It's, for example, this is very interesting because it says that this person says, I said, if you look at the cartoon, I said to hell with it. Yeah. If it can't be said in English, it ain't worth saying at all. But what they don't know is that place is unauthorized access and it is a nuclear waste. So means that be careful. So you have to learn a foreign language. And fortunately or unfortunately, English is a global language. Yeah, I would say fortunately. So all of us must be bilingual, more importantly, multilingual. All right, let us go on to the next one. Okay, now how has COVID changed the world of work? This is by Ashkan Vakil, the founder and CEO of Anguru Says. All right. If you can read that, but more importantly, he says, now candidates looking for jobs in sunrise sectors, they call this sunrise sectors like IT, hospitality, retail, academia, are expected to communicate well in English. Yeah, it's expected of you. And again, with this pandemic, we have created what we call remote work, online learning, and so on. Of course, with this borderless world, English is bound to grow into a more global language, yeah, as the willingness to hire cross borders will increase. So people want to, hire people cross borders. And of course, at the moment, the global language is English language. Now, let me go to the next one. Now, many people say, why learn English? I'm going to go to this very quickly because I think most of you have had an idea why you need to learn English. Let us see what experts say. So this is experience from the expert. The benefits of learning English. Now, the first one is about cognitive flexibility. We talk about stretching your brain. Stretching your brain. I'm going to talk about that shortly. Next is cultural awareness and traveling the world. Young people love to travel. Yeah, young people love to travel. I love to travel, but I don't like to be in the plane, but I need to overcome that fear. So that's all right. So young people love traveling. Next is the third one is confidence, life improvement, and long-term learning. So benefits of learning English is that too. And also that when you learn English, we talk about creativity. Yeah, you have access to English entertainment. The third is connection, of course. And the fourth, connections, building relationship through English learning. And the fourth, success in business and education. Yeah. So all this, we do not expect that by learning English, you actually stretch your brain. What do you mean by stretch your brain? Yeah. When people talk about being monolingual, yeah, actually monolingual is not a good thing. When talk about if you speak more, 2 or more languages, you must be able to switch between them. Yeah. So if you get little children, there's no problem. They can speak, they can switch. This is called code switching. And because of that, your brain is flexible. Yeah. So it increases not just English, but we're talking about other languages, but because in this context, I'm talking about English. So learning English improves the brain's flexibility. Yeah. Not just in English, but in other areas as well. So that's very good. Yeah. Because you switch from one language to another. So code switching is not bad. Yeah. Code switching is not bad. Just that in formal situation, we try not to code switch too much. But sometimes code switching, when you speak English, you speak Malay, you can, when you do that, when you code switch, you actually, become closer to the people who you are talking with. Yeah. Now, what does research show us? This is experience from the world of research. That research shows that bilingual and multilinguals have better attention skills, right? And greater ability to switch between tasks. So although multitasking is not good, but because your brain's so used to write in English, write in Malay, speak in English, speak Malay, and then you may be able to speak Arabic, you read the Quran. So your brain is actually very flexible. That's why never let your brain be stationary, in inverted commas, which means that always activate your brain. People ask me, Prof, you are not that young. Why are you interested in working? I say, because I need to make sure that my brain is still flexible. I have to do that. Every single day, I have to challenge myself so that, because if you don't do that, your brain becomes lazy. We don't want that. Yeah. So all of us, make sure we activate our brain every day. Yeah, every day. Okay. Now, again, and they also said that you have a superior ability to focus on one thing and change to another, just like that, because you have practice. You have practice. Every day you change. You talk to people in Malay, you talk to English, and you have third language is better still. So what it means is that learning English or any other language for that matter forces you to think consciously about the meanings of words and the sentences of any language. And that is very important. Yeah. So we thought it just give you employment. No, it's beyond that. Yeah, it's beyond that. It makes your brain more flexible. Engaging with the world. Being able to communicate in English enables you to interact online, with people from across the world and understand their cultures and learn more about what makes your own culture unique. My friends, Dr. Jamilah, Associate Professor Dr. Jamilah, and Dr. Halim will share their experience, not online, perhaps, their real life experience of living abroad. Yeah, they had a very interesting life. I will not say anything. Let them tell you about their life. Yeah, living abroad, interacting and engage with people from different cultures. That's what makes them who they are. Prof. AINOL too. They have different life experience to share with you. Yeah, do, listen to their narrative. It's very interesting. Yeah. Next, confidence. One thing about life is that, whatever you do in life, have confidence in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Believe in yourself. And treat learning as life improvement. Learning is not just, okay, I've learned a lot, I've gotten what I want, so that's it. No. Because learning should be life improvement and should be long term. Because I'm talking about myself. Whenever I write a paper, we academics, people say our work is writing all the time, giving talks. Every single talk that I gave, it is a new experience. Every single talk, it is a new experience because it's with different audience, with a different purpose. Yeah. And the way we connect with people enriches our life. Every single thing, every single one of our audience enriches our life. Yeah. And that gives you the confidence. Confidence not developed just a few hours or just practicing giving some talks. No, confidence developed over the years. And sometimes in your life, you lack confidence. No matter how good you are, you know that you are not good enough. You know you're not good enough. Yeah, because we are a human being. So what you need to do in order to develop confidence is that, to improve your confidence, accept that we will make mistakes. We are human beings. Making mistake is okay. What is not okay is that you make mistake over and over again. You have not improved. You have not learned any lesson. You keep on making mistakes without learning. That is a danger. Making mistake is not the danger, but repeating mistake over and over again and refusing to listen to others and to yourself, that you need to improve yourself. Okay. And again, when you communicate in English, you create ways of learning that can be applied to the rest of your life. Yeah. When I was at school, nobody would believe that. I always tell people that. I was in Form 2. I was in A class. Yeah. Guess what? They think I was the worst user of English language. Of course, I'm from Kelantan. What else? But sometimes we didn't realize by saying those words, which are quite hurtful, depending on who you are. But for me, what I learned from life is that it doesn't matter what people say. It is what you think of yourself that matters. Yeah. And how you respect yourself, what matters. And how you listen to yourself, what matters. So you go on. So even though, like for example, people say that you may get negative feedback and so on. Don't worry, that is part of learning. Just go on learning and improve yourself and have confidence in yourself. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Creativity in English entertainment. I think this is your world. You know about this more than I. That when you learn English, and L2 particularly, it helps you to be more creative, to think more creatively. Because English and other language make your brain become more flexible, as I said before, which lead to increased creativity in problem solving and in the way you interact with the world around you. Yeah, with the world. So all of us, that's why I say this is a voice of experience. You know why? Because the experience that makes us who we are. But the process is not complete, yeah? The journey is not complete because we are still learning. We are still learning. There are ups and downs in our life. Yeah, we are still learning. And we are still learning to be creative. Okay? And in order to be creative, you need to engage yourself with creative media and help you become more creative. All right? Am I okay for time? Another thing. I'm one of those. I like, when I make connection, I like to have, put this way, I like to see the people whom I'm talking to physically. That's a past. It's not like that now. And during COVID, we are taught how to work, how to connect with people online. You build relationship now online. You can do it through English learning. Because English connects you to people around the world. It is a social language, not because it is English, but because other people speak English as well. So learning is a social skill. Yeah, English is a social language, and learning is a social skill. Yeah. Yesterday I had a webinar with people from different parts of the world. If I do not know English, I would not be able to contribute at all. I would not be able to participate in the discussion because none of us know the other person's language. They're from Vietnam, Japan, Thailand, Korea, all over the world. So English allows you to do that. Okay, and in your world, you have what we call those social media sites, which is a great place to practice English because that world is not judgmental. You can make mistakes, only you know you make mistakes. And even if you make mistakes while communicating, people are not interested in your mistakes. They will not say, oh, there's a grammatical mistake there. They are more interested in your message. Like Mariam Pascal said, the message is more important than the grammatical mistake that you make. And sometimes you don't even know that you make a grammatical mistake unless you're an English language teacher in the English language classroom. That's different. We are trained to look out for mistakes. But in a normal communication, you don't look out for mistakes because we are talking about human being communicating with another human being. Okay. Next, success in education business. Of course, I don't have to say much about this, but many jobs now require English fluency. Yeah. In fact, there is a demand for, if you look at that, the demand for employees can speak more than one language has doubled in recent years. And this is, you can go to new American economy. Yeah. Even when English is not required, it is a skill that puts you ahead of the competition. You are ahead. You know, when people listen to you, they are impressed because of your command of English. You can make them understand what you are going to communicate, and that is good. And you must always communicate because, you know, when I listen to talk, I prefer people not reading the text because you give life to the talk. You give life to the talk. So even when we make mistakes, the mistake is not as important as giving life to your talk because you are not repeating what you have read. You are actually saying it and making it come to life. And you connect with your audience with emotions. And that is very important in communicating in English. Okay? Right. Now, so next, what is a good communicator? How do I become a good communicator? Mariam Pascal talked about attitude, which is very important. Okay? Attitude. What does it take to be a good communicator? Attitude. Yeah. Next, talking and making our message clear. That is important. We've got to have growth mindset. And the next one is exposure and practice. When people see others, that this person is good, wow. But you have not seen that this person has practiced a lot, is exposed to lots of things. Yeah, that's why the person is able to do that. I remember, the Indonesian president, Sukarno. Wow, he is a fantastic orator. But before he spoke, before he delivered his speech, he would be away on his own because he wanted to give life to his speech. Put life in put emotion in his speech, because political speech is about influencing people. Yeah, that's political speech. How do you influence people? Reading your text aloud? No. What do? You need to speak. You need to speak from the heart. You need to care about people listening to you, which means that how well as Pascal said, how well a person speaks has little to do with their knowledge of the language. I'm talking about passive knowledge. Yeah, correct pronunciation. Yeah, correct grammar. That's passive knowledge. But there is a difference between speaking a language well and developing language of the language, or how good a person's English is. So when a person controls the language, not control in terms of grammatical accuracy, not control in terms of pronunciation, but control in terms of able to deliver so that others listen to you, is not knowledge of the language. It is about being able to deliver. It's about touching the heart. It's about telling the truth. It's about empathy, as well as listen to those whom you're talking to. So please, all of you, if you do have a question, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. So I hope that, do have some questions later on. If you can, maybe, we can talk about it at the end later. Yeah. Okay. So what you, as Pascal says, successful communication has a lot to do with the attitude towards correctness in the use of English. If you are so focused on, I better make sure that my grammar is right, I better make sure that my pronunciation is right, that I sound English, then you want to open your mouth. You will not say anything because of your fear of being inaccurate in your English. Okay. So good learners, what do? Good learners, you can make mistakes. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, because good language learners actually learn from their mistake. It is more about learning from their mistake. It is through their mistake that good learners discover the correct way of conveying their meaning. The correct way of conveying their meaning. Okay? Yes. So don't be afraid to make mistakes. Next. Talking and making your message clear. Now, there are, as Pascal said, learners who are weak in English. However, you still listen to them because you want to listen to their message. Yeah. But these people do not feel shy. Yeah. Why should I feel shy? Because I come from non-speaking English home. I'm non-speaking from home where nobody speaks English. So why should I feel shy? This is a foreign language to me. So you do make me say, so what? Yeah. Do not worry about how getting the English right. Don't worry about that first. Don't worry about that. But first of all, and do not worry about people judging you. Oh, your English is bad. Don't worry about that. What you need to do is talk. Do not keep quiet. Do not keep silent. The longer you keep quiet, the more difficult it is to say something. Yeah, don't keep quiet. Don't keep silent. Let your voice be heard. You young people, this country is yours. We all people, we just give you we tell you, we share our experience. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. And we hope that by sharing, we manage to create fire in your heart, fire to succeed, passion to do well, yet also a good human being. That is a must. We must be a good human being. We must have integrity. We must listen to others. Yeah, by listening, we show that we care. Truly, we care. Yeah. So there is a message for all of us. Now, what is growth mindset? And this is a growth mindset is about growth mindset learners are those learners who are willing to learn from their mistakes. Remember I told you just now, learn from mistakes and find value in criticism. So if people criticize you, of course it hurts. We are only human beings. We want to be good. And people criticize you, oh my God. But actually, you have to find value in criticism because that's how you develop. When people say how good you are, you don't develop. It is when people say you are not good that you develop. So don't worry about criticism. I had a lot of criticism in my entire life. So that's normal. Of course I get hurt. Yeah. But you get up again. You get up again and continue. Yeah. Now, growth mindset learners will believe that they can communicate better in English through hard work. Hard work is core. Through learning. Yeah. Nobody inherits talent. Very few, in fact, there are people who are born talented, but they don't tell you actually, those who say they are born talented, actually they have been practicing quite a lot. Yeah, they have been practicing quite a lot. And if you can talk just like that, you actually know your slides already. you don't need your slide. Your slide are just there for decorations only, because you have actually thought about it. While writing your slide, you already thought about it. Your slides are just so that you don't go, going elsewhere, go off tangent. So this slides help us to come back to what we want to talk about. Believe in your own intelligence and your ability, that your ability can be developed. Believe in that. So if your ability is like that, you can develop. Believe in that so that you go on trying to develop yourself. Yeah. And ask questions and admit that you don't know. Anybody who do not admit that you don't know, you cannot continue to improve. You must admit that you don't know. I remember I was doing the roadmap. People ask Prof. Zu, we want you to write the roadmap. And my first answer is, what is a roadmap? I was in fear because I don't know what a roadmap is. And they all say, how come Professor doesn't know? How come? Of course we don't know. There are things in life we don't know. But more important is admit that you don't know, because that's the beginning of your journey. The moment you admit you don't know, you start moving towards making yourself know. This is the journey we all go through. I always tell myself, oh my God, I don't know that. What did I do after that? Oh my goodness, I will read every single thing. And say, ZURAIDAH, you learn from A to Z. You learn so that when you learn, you then be more confident in your ability, because knowledge is fitrah. You cannot give wrong knowledge to people. You can't give, because wrong knowledge given to people becomes worst. You educate people wrongly. So that's what I said. When it comes to knowledge, never give wrong knowledge. So you have to build the knowledge yourself, and English is the means by which you can do so. Okay, right. I'm just going to do this quickly, and then I'm going to, stop. I think I have a bit more time.
Yes, you have about 7 minutes, Prof.
Okay. Now, what does a growth mindset language learner say to themselves when they learn English? Number one, mistake help me to learn. Okay, all of you? Just say that, okay, never mind. If I look at my thesis, or our student used to look at our thesis, or if you look at your work and say, oh my goodness, my teachers, or you see all red marks in your writing, don't say it. Just tell yourself, Alhamdulillah, mistakes help me to learn. Number two, I use online dictionary to find the meaning of difficult words, and website to learn more about English grammar, which means that you know how to access information. Very important. So if you, for example, you don't know how to pronounce this or the meaning of this, so what do? You don't just sit there. How do I do? No, you have the computer with you. You have the whole world in front of you. Just go to the right website. Get the right information. Can improve your English. Next, I use feedback to improve. That is a growth mindset. I look at the feedback. Well, all of us, academia, our papers are sometimes rejected, I would say, quite a lot of time. When we send abroad to journals, we get rejection. Every time we get rejection, we get down for a while, we're disappointed. And we say, it's okay, we try again. We try again. So this is, and use the feedback to improve. I see how words are connected. When you start writing, you see how words are connected. Now, words in writing, the connection of words in writing is different from the connection of words in speaking. If you read a text, it is not speaking. It is reading a text aloud. You don't give voice to that. There's no voice in there. It's just reading your own text. Yeah. Okay. So that's why you don't read your text. Next, with practice, I can communicate better and build confidence. So practice. Look at yourself in front of the mirror. See how you look. Listen to yourself. Be critical of yourself. You are the worst critique. You are the, if you say, oh, people criticize you, but you expect more of yourself. Because when people criticize, it's just a bit. You expect more of yourself, you will improve. Because other people criticism is not important, because you expect more of yourself. Okay, that's core. And this is important. I try to understand without knowing everything. I don't need to know everything. Nobody knows everything. Only God knows everything. Yeah, that's very important. And exposure and practice very important. Speak to someone whose English is good. Listen to someone whose English is good. Learn and practice. Practice, practice, practice. Yeah. Connect with people. Exchange ideas. Yeah. Improve your listening ability. Sometimes we forget. In order to speak, you have to listen. Yeah. We forget. Oh, you know, especially during interaction. If you don't listen, how do you know you're going to? How do you know you respond to your to the person talking with you correctly? How do you know your response is appropriate? So please listen. Listen to good English. Yeah. And learn good pronunciation. But don't expect it to be that you be perfect within a day or so. No. It is a lifelong experience, lifelong learning. Okay? And read a lot, please, in order to get the content, and speak online with others, including people from different parts of the world, so that we understand we live not just within Malaysia. We have to connect with other people from different parts of the world. I'm coming to my last slides. More importantly, in learning, you need to set goals for yourself, so that you are clear about why you're learning English. So ask yourself, do you learn English in order to access knowledge, information? At university, yes. You do need that. Yeah. So my friends will share their experience when they're students. Yeah. Do you need English for education? Yeah. Yes. So you need to read a lot. You know that you're going to go to university, inshallah, all of you. Yeah. So you need to read. Do you need English for business? It depends. Do you want to extend your customers, you know, who your customers are beyond the Malaysian borders? You have to speak English. Do you need English for leisure or entertainment? Yep. Yes. You want to watch movies. You want to listen to music. Do you need English to explore the world using English to travel? I think young people have that. Man, you love traveling. You can ask Prof. AINOL. She was in America before. Yeah, when she was young. Yeah, Prof. HALIM, Dr. HALIM and Dr. JAMILAH, they were all over the world. Yeah, when they were young. Very interesting life. English make them being able to enjoy their life abroad. So these people have lots of experience. Yeah. And do you need English to be part of a global network of English speakers across the world and connect with people all over the world? Yes. So learn English, love English, but make sure you're also Malaysian. We are also Malaysian. Bahasa Melayu is still our language. We love our language. But in order for us, for people to know about Malaysia, for people to know about Bahasa Melayu, we need to connect with the world out there. Because respect from people means respect for Malaysians, for Bahasa Melayu, for your own language. Yeah. And because we live in a multiracial community, we also need to respect our friends from different ethnic groups. We are Malaysians. We work together in order to improve our country. So good luck to all of us. Thank you so much for giving me this space. And thank you, Prof. AINOL.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Prof. Zhu. We have a few minutes, 2-3 minutes. And I think there is one question in the chat. I will read it out to you, Prof.
Yeah.
There's somebody, Abdullah, sometimes he says, I learn a lot about English from watching anime and movie in English. Is that okay?
Oh, that's fine. That is really good because, you know, this is what I call uncontrolled input, where you get input from different sources. Yeah. And that's very good. So go on doing that. I remember, I think the other day I said the same thing. I heard this little boy, and when I was in a shopping complex, a little boy, I think about 3 years old. His English was perfect, but being me, I had to go and talk. I went to the parents and said, were you abroad? Did you bring up your child abroad? He said, they look at me like, and I realized they don't speak English. I said, oh, minta maaf lah, ya Allah. I kata, minta maaf lah. Manda, I kata, I kata, I'm impressed. Betul-betul impressed. When I was listening to your son speaking English, his English is superb. Oh, dia kata, oh, dia tengok ni kartun-kartun. So, but the parents, one thing what their parents did, they chose the right kind of, input for their children. So, and this little boy, I was really impressed. His English was, wow, I can't speak like that. So, yes. So the thing is yes, but please choose, good movies, that help you to grow, and also watch documentaries, especially about our world on pollution and all, so that you all can protect this earth. Yeah. Okay. Does that answer your question?
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, please go ahead and use the media, entertainment as a means to improve our English.
Fun as well, Prof. AINOL, have fun as well.
Yes, have fun. Okay. We don't have much time for questioning and question and answer. But let me just wrap up. There are three or four take homes in what you said in your 40-minute session, Prof. One is you said about experience is what makes you what you are. All right. So, and I think this is very apt, very relevant to today's session, because the next session is going to be, you're going to be listening to Associate Professor Dr. SITI JAMILAH BIDIN and Dr. HALIM, ABDUL RAOF on their life experiences, and see how they can relate, or you can relate to what they went through for your future, and also for the betterment of your English language and communication skills. But you also said, Prof, that many jobs now require English language. And that the communication skill is what put you aside, will put you ahead of others. Your language proficiency and ability to speak and communicate in English will be a plus point, which will put you ahead of others. Yeah. So we will be listening later to the young ones who are at university and also working, and see what is your perspective on that. Okay. All right, good. And two more things that you mentioned, Prof. Attitude matters most.
Oh, yeah.
Attitude matters most, not just accuracy or not your accuracy. So I think in the next sessions, we will also see and hear how these attributes are also important in developing good people and functional people in the society. All right. So with that, thank you, Prof.
Thank you
so much. We will be going to this next session, learning from life experiences. We have here two personalities who are academicians who have gone through education in Malaysia as far as primary and secondary education are concerned, but they've been also abroad, both in native English countries, America and in England, for their tertiary. We have for the second slot our first speaker. So thank you, Prof. Zhu.
Thank you. Yeah.
Next session, this first slot that I will give the mic to is Dr. Halim Abdul Rauf. He's a former associate professor from the Language Academy, UTM. Like I said earlier, he obtained his tertiary education from abroad. So his degree was from the US, master's also from the US, and his PhD from University of Reading, UK. And he's a retired, retired, but has not left academia in the full sense. He was with UTM for 33 years. All right, and our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. JAMILAH BIDIN, a lecturer from School of Languages, Civilization and Philosophy, Universiti Utara, Malaysia, UUM. Similar to Dr. Halim, Dr. JAMILAH had her tertiary education both in the US. She was in El Paso, Texas, in America for her degree, and master's in applied linguistics and PhD there as well in England. Okay. Dr. SITI has had 30 years of experience in teaching at Universiti Utara, and she has been the head of department for the Department of Modern Languages, and also the Deputy Dean and Director of UUM Language Center. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to pass the mic to both of you, but just to give an indication to the listeners or to the audience, what they will be talking about. These are my questions to them. Okay, they've got their education journey both in Malaysia in the early days and then tertiary abroad. Can we have insights from you how you have found what are the characteristics that are important to build a career and for career advancement and also for survival in the university, and especially if these young ones have aspiration or intention to study abroad, okay, whether it is in native English countries or outside Malaysia. And you also have had 30 over years of lecturing at university. So you've guided young people, to prepare themselves for the next phase of life, which is the working world. So what do you find as lecturers are the survival skills at university? What are important at university? And how to be successful at university? All right. So these are things that we hope that the two of you will cover. So without further ado, let me call upon the first speaker, Dr. Halim. And then when you're done, we'll go to Dr. Jamilah. And then hopefully we will have the last 5 to 10 minutes for the audience to ask questions. Okay. So the mic is yours, Dr. Halim.
All right. Can you all hear me? Is my voice clear? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Prof. AINOL, for the kind words of introduction. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Before I share the life journey, or what you call that, the journey in education, can I just see who are actually here? If you are from Perak, can you type A for Perak in the chat? A for Perak. Okay, good. I can see Amir Imran is from Perak now. Okay, no, for the students and the attendees, or you can raise your hands or give some reaction. Okay, all right. Okay, keep them coming. If you are from Selangor, type B. B for Selangor. Okay, all right, good. Okay, I can see there. Amara Minudin, yes. Keep them coming. Good. If you are from Pahang, it's a C, isn't it? Pahang, I can see that from Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Jengke, Maran. Type C if you're from there. And from Kelantan, D for Kelantan. I'm going by the car registration number, yeah, car registration alphabet actually. So D, yes, you can see someone from Kelantan, yes, another one, you keep them coming. And of course, J for Johor. That's where I'm from. J for Johor. All right. Okay. J, any J's? Yes, J's coming up. Okay. And K for Kedah. Just make sure that you are still with us, yeah? Okay, right. Just making sure you're still enthusiastic to learn, to listen to us. How about W for Kuala Lumpur or Wilayah Persekutuan? W. Okay, I can see J's, K's. Any W's from KL? No? Okay, and last but not least, from Sabah, Tawau in particular, ST for Tawau. ST, if you're from Tawau, Sabah, please type ST. Anyone? I was in Tawau a few days ago. All right. So if you are from Tawau, type ST, yeah? All right, so thank you for your responses. Okay, I'm glad that people are still awake and people are still with us, yeah? I can see quite a number of attendees already here and also live in our live YouTube, yeah? Thank you for that, okay. Right, I would love to actually see your face, but unfortunately the system that we're using here doesn't allow that, so this is the second best option that I could do actually. All right, never mind. So going back to the question, yeah, Prof. AINOL? Okay, So when you're asking me about my journey in education, both in Malaysia and abroad, okay, right. So like everybody else, I went to school, okay. I went to school, primary school, secondary school in Malaysia, and I also had the opportunity or had the actually stayed with my family at home. I did not stay in the hostel like some of you did probably, or are staying in hostel, yeah. Okay, but anyway, we have our family with us. We have the school environment with us. Okay, so in schools, we not only have teachers, we also have friends. We also have staff of the school. Basically, the whole environment. And at home or in the hostel, you have either your siblings and your parents, or your uncles, or your hostel mates, and so on. So the environment of the school and the family contribute to the start of character building, to build up your character. It's in schools and at home that your character has been molded or started to be molded, yeah? So you develop your certain abilities, you develop certain skills, okay? Along the way, we make mistakes, yeah? Sometimes we overcome them, sometimes we just ignore the mistakes, yeah? All right, but that is life, isn't it? As what Prof. Zu has said earlier, we all do make mistakes, yeah? And also we move on. We move on to the next stage of our life or our education. So in retrospective, looking back at what happened to me in school, I was just an average student, okay? I had a few good friends, okay? I lived with my family when I was schooling, yeah. I wasn't a bright student. I wasn't a bright student in school, not until when I reached Form 5. That's the turning point, yeah. All right, so what was the turning point? Okay, the turning point being a year earlier, okay, my brother went off to study in the UK, okay. So many of us, myself included, my classmates, we were all looking forward to actually do very well and to go abroad, to leave Malaysia, okay, to go to England, particularly during that time. It was in the late 70s or early 80s. We all wanted to go to England for whatever reasons, yeah. Okay, but we all wanted to go abroad. Okay, so that was the motivation. But to go abroad, I told myself, I need English, okay? I need to show, to indicate that I am good in English, okay? At least on paper, at least in the examination, right? Unfortunately, I wasn't good in English, okay? The second setback was my English teacher was a very strict teacher, okay? If I could recall, okay, every time I had to write compositions in English, I would dread that. I didn't like that. I hated that. I couldn't write a good composition. But what the teacher did was, every time when students submitted compositions, she would scribble down notes and remarks, comments, and also make changes to the sentences that we have written. Now, when we got that back, okay, and in my case, if I wrote one page of English composition, I would get double the red mark. Okay, mean to say she would, she would give me a lot of remarks and comments and feedback for improvement. Sometimes she wrote at the bottom, "See me." Okay. Students do not like that. When teachers ask them to see the teacher, there must be something wrong. So most of the time I got this remark, see me in red. So I didn't like that. I hated that situation. At one point, I hated the teacher. Sorry to say, but at one time I hated the teacher, and I also hated English. All right. However, years later, I realized that by the grace of Allah, God sent her so that my fate change for the better, right? Because of her, because of the motivation that I had to go abroad to follow my brother's footsteps, I was blessed actually getting my English teacher to taught me and giving me all these comments and remarks about my composition, right? So true enough, in the examination, now it's called SPM. Early on, it was called MCE, the Malaysian Certificate of Education. To my surprise, I got an A1 for English. Okay, this coming from someone who hated English, someone who could not write a good piece of composition. Okay, and I got an A1, and of course I got an A1 for Bahasa Melayu as well. All right, but then again, that has changed my next phase of life. I have that paper qualification. Okay, but did I go to England? No, I didn't. I did not make it. After my MCE, I did not make it. So I took Form 6. That's like many of you. Okay, you're in Form 6 now. Okay, you're sitting for your STPM. So I sat for my HSC, okay, equivalent to STPM now, right? And all the subjects were in English, okay, which was good actually. So I pick up things from school, in terms of English language. I learned sciences, I learned mathematics, and of course I learned English subject, So English, by the time I got to upper 6, English has become my favorite subject because I could score in English. I couldn't score that well in mathematics and sciences because I was a bright student, okay, but I could just barely make it. But English has started to become my favorite subject, right? So after Form 6, I got the chance to go abroad, not to England, but to the States, to USA, right? So that was in 1981, right? So that changed my perspective, right? Okay, from only learning English to get good grades to go overseas. Now, when I was overseas, I have got to actually survive, survive by not keeping quiet, survive by, by interacting with people, by when we go to buy your fish burger, for example, at the what was it called? The burger joint, So we usually have fish burger, right? I need to speak and ask and place my order. I've got to do that in English. Or if I go to groceries to buy groceries, if I were to ride on a bus, I need to use the language, So from then on, the environment has actually taught me or even supported me to be brave enough to use the language. But it has developed from me being a timid person to me being someone who likes to speak, who likes to meet people, who likes to actually start off conversation with strangers, right. So, however, okay, because you are in a foreign land, you're in foreign land, you need support. Your family is not there, isn't it? Then we did not have internet, okay? We did not have video calls. We only had the landline telephone, and it cost a lot to call home. You can't call every day or every week even, You write letters, You write letters, you post letters and so on, okay? But then again, since your family wasn't there with you or wasn't there with me, so friends from our country, from Malaysia, friends from Asian region, they are my friend. They were my family, okay? And we became good friends, because we came across difficulties at time, not just in our studies, but certain things in life. We need to make decisions. So friends there actually help a lot, okay? I also had friends from different other countries, okay? From the States, of course. I had friends in my classmates, American friends. I had friends from other English-speaking countries, and other non-English speaking countries, from Asian, from Africa, yeah. So it's through this interaction with them that I developed this interest in travel, and also in knowing about their culture and about their language. And where I was doing linguistics, so the more so that I should be actually knowing certain aspects of the other languages, yeah, the African languages, for example, or Arabic, or Japanese language, and so on, right? So wherever you are, either you are in Malaysia or abroad, I would say that meeting people is necessary. Okay, in school you may meet up with your teachers and friends, at home with your family and siblings and so on. But don't forget that there are other communities at large, okay, around us. Okay, when you go to the shopping mall, or when you buy food, or nowadays you order food from Food Panda or Grab and so on. So you kind of interact with people, and that's a good place where you can actually practice your English. Yeah, with language, if you don't use it, you will lose it. Yeah. So when we were abroad, we were fortunate that we had to use the language so that we don't use it. Yeah, we don't lose it. So if we were elsewhere, probably we would use less of in the English language. But since you were in an English-speaking country, we had to use it to survive. But eventually, it's not just about surviving; it's about gaining knowledge. Yeah, when we attended our lectures, yeah, they were all in English. We write our assignments, we do our exams. They're all in English. Okay. So as you complete your studies, as you use more English, you tend to improve it. Yeah, right. So if I were to sum that up for a while, so this is in response to your first question, Prof. AINOL, before I pass to Dr. Siti, maybe, yeah, the Siti Jamilah later. Okay, and then we go to the second and third question, yeah. So if I could sum up with the first question about my journey in education and between local and abroad, I would probably say 3 words. One is passion, yeah, passion, the drive to succeed. So everybody has this drive to succeed. My drive or my motivation to succeed was to follow my brother's footsteps, to go abroad. So that was my drive, you know, my passion. So in order to do that, I told myself I need to have good English, at least on paper, yeah. So I managed to do that as well. So the next thing is persistent, yeah. You may stumble, you may hate the language, you may hate the teacher, you may hate everything, but you can't control that, yeah. The requirement is there, so you just make do, or rather you make changes to your attitude. Okay, initially I hated the language, but I changed my attitude. Okay, I changed that because of that drive to go overseas, because of that drive to do a course in a certain area, perhaps, yeah. Okay, so that and not to give up. Yeah, had I given up in that stage, I may not be here talking to all of you. I may just be elsewhere doing I don't know what. Yeah. So, and also to have patience. Yeah, to have patience that success is not an overnight thing. You cannot just say, okay, tomorrow I'm going to be successful. No, it's a long process. Okay, it's a process that everybody goes through. It's a journey, our life journey, your life journey, your endeavor. Yeah. So towards success in your studies and later on in your career and in your life as a whole. Okay, with that, I stop now, Prof. AINOL. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Halim. So a lot of take homes as well. So one of the things that you mentioned is about for English language. You talk about your experience in the US and also your experience abroad in the UK and as a student. that English language was a survival skill in order to survive, to communicate not just in the academic world, but also in the surrounding society. All right. And your drive to actually take you there to be able to study abroad was that drive, whatever the drive is. In your case was, your brother, you aspire to be like your brother. So for all of us, so if you have a dream, so make sure that you must have a drive to have a dream. Okay, now Dr. Jamilah or Dr. J, I will have to pass the screen to you, but after you've talked about your own personal experience studying in Malaysia and abroad, please touch on, from your 30 years experience at the university, what can you say about the survival skills at Malaysian University? And how important is it to be good in English language if you study in a Malaysian university? So can you touch on that as well? Okay, so the screen is yours.
Alhamdulillah, thank you, Professor Dr. AINOL, for very kind introduction, and also to Dr. Halim, thank you for sharing a very interesting and wonderful experience. Okay, I have few slides here, but I remember Professor ZURAIDAH did mention this is speaking from the heart, right? So I'll try my best to share certain things. So for me, my journey, I feel really grateful and unique, and a unique experience because my journey of education has been very interesting and fun adventure, all right? So you can see in this picture when I mentioned about humble beginnings, but at the same time, like Dr. Halim and then Professor AINOL, when we were, in my case, when I was in the primary school, I dreamt to travel around the world. But as you can see, this is my hometown actually. It's Felda Sungai Kelah Sungkai. I know there are quite a number of students from Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Seri Jengke, Maran. So I bet many of you are from Felda settlements. So I'm one of them, and I'm very happy and proud to be from Felda Sungai Kelah. So that's the picture, the Titi Wangsa Alps there. All right, a very cool, interesting place. Okay, the next one, please, Hazrul. All right, so this is my primary school, Sekolah Kebangsaan Sungai Kelah Sungkai. But I just like to highlight that I had a very active, lively, and fun childhood life. And to let you know, actually, in my kindergarten, I was exposed to a very fun learning experience. So I think I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to be involved in this. When I was in kindergarten back in 1973, 74, UNESCO at the time, they had a very special program where they sent English teachers from Germany, from the United Kingdom, from all over the world. And my kindergarten in a small village in Felda, I had two English kindergarten teachers from Germany, and that's how I started learning, enjoy learning English. Okay, all right. The next slide, please. So from Sekolah Kebangsaan Sungai Kelah, and then I was given the opportunity due to my excellent results in my, last time they used to call it penilaian darjah 5, and now it's standard 6, right? So I was given the opportunity, especially selected by Asrama Felda Kuala Lumpur, which they put all this excellent group of students from Felda all over Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak, to go to school, Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan, a daily school all over KL. So my friends at the time, we had that great opportunity to be placed at Victoria Institution, St. John Institution, Bukit Bintang Girls School in KL, Methodist Girls School, and I was at the Sekolah Menengah Kombon Bukit Nanas. And this is the place where I would later talk about how I survive in this totally new environment for me, because everyone, even those people, the cleaners, they speak in English, and then it forced me to actually really practice my English when I wanted to go to the canteen to order some food, or when I went to buy some stationeries. Okay, and then I was given again. Very honored as Malaysian scholars, right? To go to the United States of America, University of Texas. Maybe the next slide, please, Ms. Ru. All right, so this is the Asrama Felda. It's in Ampang, Ulu Klang. So every morning I would wake up at 5 and then got ready at 6. But we did have some tuition, English tuition for the Felda students staying in KL. Right, the next one, please. Right, so this is the Kombon Bukit Nanas School. Next. Right, and from there, with good results in English, and I felt that when I was in primary school, and then of course in secondary school as well, I wanted to travel around the world. I wanted to see the culture, but I did not have, of course, the financial means. So I told myself that I really need to study hard, and also to improve my family socio-economy as well, so that I can help other people and also other siblings in my family. So I want to make sure that my parents would no longer have to do to tap, rubber trees. So that's really, very passionate about that. So it started here studying applied linguistics, which is really look into language, any problem related issues in language. Okay. Right. Next, please. Okay. At the University of Reading, I was the only Malaysian, and I stayed in a dormitory. So most of my waking hours would be communicating and interacting with so many international students and also British students. Even to go to the bathroom, I would have to communicate in English, having breakfast. So meaning that there's a lot of that. I'd just like to add that one of my favorite hobbies, of course, I love reading, even until now. And to me, reading would take me to many parts of the world in that sense. A very interesting adventure. And then I remember when I was in the secondary school, I could not afford to have English storybooks. So I was lucky to have very good classmates. They lent me so many storybooks. So I read a lot of English novels, right? And another thing is, I also feel that I reflected on myself. What kind of skills do I have to make sure that I could exchange with my other school classmates in Kuala Lumpur? And I realized that I was the best students in writing a Malay summary, writing a very concise summary in Malay. And I requested my classmates to talk to me in English. Then only I would teach them how to write a summary in Malay. So they would teach me, they would make sure that they would be talking to me in English, not switching to Malay. I remember in my Form 1, my English was really, really bad. You know, I could see the red marks there, but Alhamdulillah, with the determination, with, you know, really good exposure to English, and also really use the language, I was able to get a distinction by the time I was in Form 3 for my SRP or LCE, right? During that time. Okay, next please, Hazrul, Mr. Hazrul. Okay, so this is the place of Robin Hood. It's the University of Nottingham, which I had to do my PhD here for 4 years. And of course, this is where I gained my advanced level of English, which you had to do lots and lots of reading, summarizing, writing, negotiating, communicating, and also going about your daily life. So I experienced that first time in the United States because we rented a house. So I had to, my friends and I, we had to practice our English, making sure our electricity, our telephone connection and everything, right? Okay, next please. Right, so roughly I would say that what does it take to be successful in career, life and as an academician? And I think I agree with our previous speaker, Professor ZURAIDAH, and also Dr. Halim, that you know, hard work is very important, and determination, right? Through discipline and systematic planning and smart learning strategies. When I was in my first degree, tertiary, one of the things that I did, which I would say smart learning strategies, because normally you would get the syllabus, right? What unit or chapters to read. I would be one of those people who would be either one chapter ahead of the class or 2 chapters ahead. So I would have done my reading. So when I went to class, everything is not really new anymore. So I would be 2 chapters in advance or 1 chapter in advance of whatever that is going to be covered, okay, in the study. But at the same time, I learned to be observant and learn the best elements from the environment, people, different cultures and opportunities. For example, in England especially, they are very, very punctual. All right, so it's very important you learn the best things. All right, wherever you are, you know, when you go overseas or in other places in Malaysia. Right. Next, please. Okay. I think, Prof, I know I do have one slide on that survival skills, which would you like me to cover that now or later?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay.
Please go ahead,
right.
Dr. J.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that I learned when we say what does it take to be successful, besides English, and you know, you need to use the language, right? In the primary school, I started to learn having leadership skills, especially in terms of leaders in playing games. I was really active in debates, English debates in secondary school. I was also the head girl for 200 plus students, so they are all teenagers. But I learned how to conduct meetings, how to in English, and then at the tertiary level, of course, very, very active with for example, as a seminar co-chairperson and then study group with the Canadians, with the American, so another thing is, I think this is true in many cases with Prof. Zu, Dr. Abdul Halim, that no matter, how advanced your level of knowledge, you should be humble with knowledge, right? Not to be arrogant, but it doesn't mean that you cannot be assertive, okay? So learning never stops. You will be able to develop problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills, and then be creative. And of course, should be respectful, grateful, and helpful. I like the point that Prof. Zu mentioned just now, that besides you being your best, but at the same time, you can also be the best of mankind if you use that knowledge to help other people. So whenever my friends had difficulties understanding certain subjects or certain topics, I would help them. When my PhD friends had problems how to use certain software, I would also help them. All right. Okay, next, please. There was one question, right, Prof. AINOL, about learning English from comics. So this is how I started learning English when I was 6 years old. I love reading The Adventures of Tintin. This is a comic from Belgium, right? So I really enjoyed this. Okay, next. Okay, shall I continue here, Prof. AINOL?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, all right.
You have enough.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Okay, so this is about the importance of English. When did it all start? And I think I've already mentioned about the kindergarten fun learning experience, learning English. I was fortunate I'm able to read when I was in standard 6. So I enjoyed learning. There was no internet at that time. So I was really hungry for information. So in the library at the primary school, I would read the entire books in that small library in primary school. So yeah, and in the secondary school, English is really important. I mentioned here about survive a sink or swim situation, and I think it motivated me. And another point I would like to highlight here is about when I was in my secondary school, like most of you here today, I did attend many motivational talks in terms of learning, in terms of the importance of English. So we hope that our webinar today, this is like a master class, because a combination of the young professionals and experienced academics like us is almost like 150 years of experience, right? So I would go to Convocation Festival and I realized English very important in order to obtain scholarships. Okay, right. Next, please. Right. So I've already mentioned about tertiary education. I had study groups. I have other friends learning English as well. And I'm one of those who love making mistakes and never shy communicating with people and then using my English, right? In terms of the career advancement, yes, you need your English in terms of your academic leadership skills. You would engage in lots of meetings for research and writing, as well as your persuasion skills. So English is really important. If you have second language, third language, it is very good, but you can target to be bilingual actually. Okay, next please. Right. So in terms of the survival skills at universities, Prof. Ainol. I think most of us would agree about time management, your physical health, your mental strength, and also your emotional intelligence. I learned that because at a very young age, 18 years old, I was already in a different country with different culture. But every 2 weeks, we had to submit our assignment in English. So I really planned very well of my free time. I love playing sports at that time. So I would communicate English, not just in my academic group discussion, but also while playing basketball, volleyball, ping pong with the other Americans and other international students. Okay, and of course you need the discipline and creativity in problem solving. So whenever you are being criticized, like Professor mentioned, you shouldn't feel down very long time. Maybe, just a very short time, you might feel a bit sad, but you should rise to that challenge and tell yourself that you can be, you can survive this situation and it will be good for your future. Okay, right. Any more? Okay, so is this going to be the next one, Prof. Ainol? Or just?
Yeah. We can do it in 1 minute?
Okay, all right. So in terms of how English language is important to study in Malaysian universities, of course, the first one is getting access to window of knowledge. So we have a lot of information at the tip of our fingers. So you need to know English, to use English, but at the same time, you are able to use your critical thinking and then see whether the kind of info that you receive would be really good. So it's good that, you broaden yourself, have different types of reading. Sometimes I would tell my student, if you're not able to talk about flood, for example, you're not able to talk about climate change, it means that you need to really read some books or even newspapers about that particular area to increase your vocabulary. So again, how English is language is very important to study. It would develop your confidence, and also you're able to engage with the industries out there, because most of the time they would use English. Okay, right. Next. Okay. Right, so I think this would be the last part. You need to have patience of learning, patience of, polishing your skills, and you have certain targets for advancement. So 30 years ago, when I started working, I would always have targets, just like when I did my primary school, went to primary, secondary, I always have targets for advancement, meaning that I would tell myself, within 3 years of my first degree, I must do my master's. Within how many years of master's, I must have my PhD. Within how many years, I need to get the scholarship, So you just have to go for it, right? Okay, last one, please. All right, this is where I'm working right now, Universiti Utara, Malaysia, and I feel very proud to be one of the senior academic staff here. Thank you, Prof. Ainol, for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Hazrul.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jamilah. Right. If you have any question, you can raise your hand. You can entertain your question. But just to wrap up, from Dr. Halim to Dr. Jamilah, so we must say that, or I must say that, your life journey is quite inspiring. I'm sorry to say this, but from a kampung school, you were brought to Kuala Lumpur to study in a prestige school in Kuala Lumpur. And then because of your aspiration and because of your persistence, you were able to further your studies in the US and later in the UK. And then from both our speakers, we also learned that whatever it takes, you must find your own survival skills, or you must find your own way of how to survive. Yeah, and whatever it takes. One of you said, find what it takes to make you survive. Right. So in other words, we don't have this the answer for you, but when you are in the situation, never give up. Okay? And in my case, similar to both Dr. Halim and Dr. Jamilah, I was also very fortunate to have been able to study abroad for my tertiary, from undergraduate to master's and as well as PhD. And my inspiring, my aspiration was when I was little, I was very addicted to one TV program, The Big Blue Marble. So if you Google The Big Blue Marble now, you can actually see that it is a program where you get to see children from all over the world. So I was glued on the TV for half an hour or 1.5 hours to listen to children from all over the world, and then we get addresses of the children whom you can write, because at that time there was no email, there was no social media, and there was no internet. Okay? So I used to write to children from all over the world, and I told myself in my secondary year, when I gave up on Big Blue Marble, I said, rather than talking to them on the postcard, I think I must see them myself. So that's why I was inspired to study abroad, and Alhamdulillah. I studied both in the UK and the US, and also had the Australia for a year. Okay, so with that stories of aspiration, we're gonna go next to the working life. But before we talk about that, we go to the next session. Let's take a break, 10 minutes break.
Prof. AINOL, sorry.
In the break,
Prof. AINOL, okay. Yeah, okay. Can I say something? Do I have a bit of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is there's no constraint. If you want to do your wrap-up, Dr. Halim?
Yes, I thought I only responded to the first question just now. But anyway, if you could give me a couple of minutes.
Yes. I can give you 2 minutes.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you for that, Prof. AINOL. Okay. While waiting for questions, and also while waiting for the others to get ready for the next activity. Okay, thank you for giving me the extra 2 minutes here. All right. Perhaps if I could highlight this point that at this juncture, many of you may not have decided on what your career is going to be, right? You may think, okay, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a teacher, I want to be this and that, but it all depends on a few things. Your result is one, your exam results, and also opportunities of getting into the right universities and the right programs. Yeah, but in order to keep you motivated, okay. If you are really into a certain profession, for example, if you really aspire to become an engineer, for example, if I could give a piece of advice, you go to and then look for job advertisements. Yeah, go and look for job advertisements. Advertising vacancies in the post of an engineer, a chemical engineer, a civil engineer, and whatnot. Yeah, look at the requirements. You will see the requirements being at least a degree in relevant engineering discipline, at least a credit in Bahasa or English or mathematics and so on. But the certain big companies, okay, or even smaller ones also list the attributes that they are looking for in the potential employee. So pay particular attention to this, yeah? Meaning they would want someone who can be a good team player, for example, or someone who has analytic skills, or someone who is good at communication, right? So pay particular attention to all these attributes that these companies are advertising, so that if you can prepare yourself even from now. Okay, you can prepare yourself even from now. Okay, even before you start pursuing your studies at universities. Yeah, have the end in mind, what you want to be in 5 years' time. okay, and develop your skills while at the university. Okay, while you are at the university, you try and develop as much as possible all these attributes, okay, team working, communication skills, analytic skills, and so on. Yeah, so that would give you a sense of accomplishing things for your future, for your career life. Yeah, all right. Okay, right. That should probably be okay. Maybe one last piece of advice, if I may. Okay, you may not be able to go back, or you cannot go back and change the beginning of your life, but certainly you can start from where you are and change the ending. Yeah. So start thinking of what you want the ending to be, what you want to become. Okay, and start preparing yourself from now. Yeah. All right. So even though you face challenges and difficulties, see that as opportunities or chances for you to develop yourself. Okay. Every mistake you make is actually indicating that there's room for improvement. You make a mistake, you learn about what you did wrong, and you improve and move on. Okay, but think ahead of what you want to become in the end, professionally, yeah, in the workplace and so on, and start developing all those skills. Yeah, thank you so much. All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I think there is no question. Okay, there's no question. All right, there's no question from the floor, and our time is also limited. So I would like to thank Dr. Halim and Dr. Jamilah for your insightful talks and sharing of your experiences, both as successful people as well as lecturers. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to have a break, 10 minutes break. During the break, there will be a survey link that will be provided in the chat. This survey is with regard to the test that you've taken. All right. So please, for those who have, or for those who took the test, the English proficiency test in the last 1 week with us, please click to the link. If you have not responded to the survey, please do so by clicking the link that we will provide in the chat. So with that, we're going to have a 10 minutes break. After the break, we're going to have three more sessions, yeah, before we end. So we look forward to the 2 sessions. So now we're going to have a break. We are going to come back. It's going to be 10 minutes. So it's now 10:58. 11:08 we'll come back. Yeah, so 11:08 we're going to come back. So Hazrul, if you can kindly provide the link, and then we'll break here for 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Shall we start? It looks like everybody's here. Our speakers are here, and the number of audience is still the same. So welcome back to the second session or the next session of our webinar, Readiness for Tertiary Education. Thank you for joining us and staying with us. We now will go to the next session, which is session 3, to be presented by Associate Professor Dr. Nur IDAYU MAHAT. And the title of the slot is Jobs of the Future. All right. So in the morning, the first 2 sessions, we listened to Prof. ZURAIDAH and Dr. HALIM and Dr. JAMILAH on the journey of life and also at the university. So moving on, after this, we're going to be listening about experiences with jobs and also people who have just entered or are in the job now, and for you to hopefully get some aspiration from them. So let me give you a fair introduction of Dr. IDAYU. She's a lecturer at Universiti Utara, Malaysia as well. She holds a PhD in statistics from the University of Exeter, United Kingdom, and is now actively doing research related to big data analytics. She has had 8 years of experience in managing and placement of students into the industry, to the practicum, as well as the development of student talent for the purpose of career placement. Right? So we would like to listen to what you want to share, Dr. IDAYU, but at the end of your session, you have about 40 minutes, but if you can spare 5 minutes for question and answer. But before you end your session, can you share with some of your experiences either at the university as a student or at the university as a lecturer? What you think are important skills, and whether communication skills, particularly communicating in English, is an important skill for the future jobs, for future jobs and the current jobs. What do the industries want? Okay, so with that, I would like to pass the mic to Dr. IDAYU. Welcome, Dr. IDAYU.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nak kata good morning to all. Okay, my presentation will be, I'm trying to have very simple, trying to capture the interest of audience for today, because currently all of us are talking about jobs of the future. Okay, how the jobs looks like and whether we are ready for that. Okay, so but before I continue with the discussions, maybe if I can get a very simple audience ataupun PROF punya participation, because I need to know what is your dream job. Okay, because we are now facing with students, I think in Form 5, Form 6, okay, maknanya you are ready for the job entrance. What is actually your dream jobs? Because the whole discussion later, I'm going to share what factors actually influence the job market and the shift from certain kind of job to the other field of jobs. There are story behind that. Can we get the participations from our audience atau our crowd? Okay, you can scan this QR code ataupun you can go to the Mentimeter, okay, and you can vote now. There are 2 questions, okay. Is it okay? I can open and look at the crowd punya ni Yeah. Sekejap. Oh, right. Lawyer. Police officer. Nice. There are 2 questions. There are questions. You can answer both. You tengok one by one. Traveler. Okay, diplomat. Coming. history teacher. Okay, professor. All right. Singer. All right. Okay. I'm trying to figure out which of these jobs actually common, and maybe we can get new kind of job. Okay, ada lagi? We get more? Okay, tak apa. All right. Okay, if I look at this, diplomat, lawyer, history teacher, police officer, professor, common. Okay, singer is actually a new coming job actually preferred by young generations. Okay, the other story nanti later I tell you why. Okay, but then we go to the next questions that I asked about what is the priority in choosing your job. Okay, yang ni ada tak? Have you tried the second page on the Mentimeter? Ada tak? Okay. Alright. Job benefit. Salary. 2. Okay. Together. Job benefit. Okay. Okay, kita ada 7. So 7 people actually are leading. Job benefit, location. Okay. So basically these are the factors that actually come into the place when actually new entrants, even not new entrants to job, even me as well. Okay, kami yang dah lama bekerja pun, actually these are the things that we always consider when we want to grow our job ataupun we want to choose our new jobs. Okay, now back to the presentations. Okay, so my presentation I'm trying to put as script as possible. Okay, I have 5 topics that I will share with audience kita this morning. So what is all about future jobs? And then the job interest versus job popularity. The difference between job interest and job popularity. So sometimes for new entrants, like adik-adik was now almost finishing their study at the secondary level. So the next would be the dilemma whether you want to continue to pursue to another level of study or you want to start working. The dilemma between salary, wages and job satisfactions. Ada 2 job creator. Okay, finally in my presentation nanti I will share about the dream big. I will share you the storyline actually how from now we can sketch our career path. Okay, all right. Okay, okay. I think adik-adik dalam ni form 4, form 5, form 6, okay, you have go through sejarah, subject history. So in history, actually we learn a lot of important things yang actually can drive us, can bring us to reconsider where we are going next. Okay, kita nak pergi mana lepas ni? Okay, when we talk about jobs, actually we cannot deny that job changes influenced by technology revolutions. Okay, dia ada banyaklah technology revolutions, education revolutions, even social revolutions pun ada, right? But I try to limit into the technology revolution because I think they are very key, dia sangat dekat dengan gadget. Okay, so kalau kita cakap social revolutions, maybe not, okay, maybe susah for adik-adik, okay, audience inside here nak understands. But for technology revolution, yes. Okay. Okay, now back lebih kurang 1800s, okay, years, okay, where the first revolution occur. Okay, so it's about the mechanization. What's mechanizations? Okay, back kalau siapa-siapa pernah watch movie, I think cowboy movie, kan? Then you can see that people on that particular century, so most of their jobs like farming, okay, and then apa lagi, ternakan lagi, alright. Most of them actually use dia punya kata efforts lah, okay, semua use hands, okay, semua energy, semua guna daya kekuatan individu, right? So, but then during the first revolutions, people replace, okay, the technology actually replace on that, kan dia replace from animal atau manual labor to machine. Dia started, okay, dia baru mula. But this thing actually mostly happen in Europe. Okay, later in my slide, I will show you what happened in our country. So the first revolutions mostly happened about 1800 century. Okay, so people on that particular time maknanya prefer to work something related to masih lagi labor, but prefer into the area of human consuming lah, macam animal stock, farming. So they more or less into that particular economy. So then come to the second revolution where helps into mass productions. Mass production ni means like, you know, factory, kalau dulu we produce one product at one time, now mass production we produce at large scale. Okay, for example, nak faham, car, okay, Ford, pernah dengar Ford, right? Ford, okay, kereta Ford. So earlier, dalam proses the earlier developments of car, okay, by Ford, so it's just one car at one time. So they produce one car siap and then they sell. So when come to the mass productions, so there ada concept of belting. Ni macam belt, tengok dia ada like a, you know, like if we go to the Tesco dah tak ada dah Lotus ke, right? Okay, so bila kita letak food, after we purchase food kan dia ada belt bergerak tu, right? Okay, so belt tu lah. So itu yang dipanggil sebagai mass productions. Okay, so instead of kita produce one car at one time, now we have many car can be produced at one time. So that what we call as mass production. So when we talk about mass productions, meaning that there are lots of labor needed to operate. Okay, walaupun we have machine, tapi we want to operate. So most job of that particular time, likely technicians, okay, engineers starting there. Okay, so the technologies over masa tu pun dah move daripada steam kepada before the electrics comes. And then the third revolutions occur somewhere in mid 20th century. Okay, I think I in this era, this century. Okay, I grew up in this century. Okay, where there's a revolutions of the digital and globalization. Okay, so the first people introduced with digital technology, internet, World Wide Web. I still remember Malaysia masa tu kita ada jaring, di polis jaring. Okay, so people get notice lah. Okay, get connect to each other through the www. Okay, but that time belum ada Facebook. Okay, we don't have Instagram, so we don't have a social platform yet. Dia baru that people get to know with the computer. Okay, like now we have, like in front of me I have laptop. Okay, but I still remember when I was in the university, okay, during my undergrad, we don't have laptop yet, but we have computers, very huge one, okay, besar, right? And then we have to share. Okay, and I'm in upper area of mathematics statistics, and I have to do coding. I still remember the coding, we call it kat tebuk. Okay, and there's so many things funny lah happen that year. Okay, kita ada floppy disk. We don't have like now you have you can just bring USB kan, okay, 1 gig. Tapi our floppy A tu I think only berapa megabyte. Okay, so we have to purchase a box of floppy A, bawa. So that's during the digital revolution and globalization. But still, people on that time now dah start changing working style to office base where we have computer and certain jobs daripada machines converted into the computer base, alright? So that particular century, then kita tengok changes, then you masuk kepada mass production factory, and now you masuk as a clerk, okay, ataupun managers. Okay, so usually government sector become preferable. Okay, and now, okay, we are now in the fourth revolution, automations. It's believed starting in mid 21st century. We don't know until when. Okay, now people talk about automations, people talk about analytics and IoT. Okay, so you are in this century. Okay, we predict that the jobs landscape change. Okay, whereby I think ni you all punya handphone is very important, kan? Our time we don't have this handphone. Okay, everything kita pakai phone and we cannot communicate, we cannot see others face from this gadget, tak boleh, right? Now it's changed. Okay, it's changed, and in fact yang the way we do now pun change. Dulu we have to do it face to face, and now we can replace with it's happened. Most of this thing happen somewhere, walaupun happen di sebelah barat, okay, western area, but the impact to our country is still there. Okay, so now let's see what happened. Okay, in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, I couldn't segregate the discussions into the century like the previous page, but it's more about the era lah. Kita ada pre-independence era, okay, lebih kurang before and right, short after kemerdekaan, and then we have development era, we have modern era and digital era. Okay, when our country start getting independence, okay, kalau if kita remember in history book, okay, so kita punya during colonial era, so kita British brought to our country plantations, okay, factory not there yet, okay, so kita dapat tengok Malays still some of Malays still working as a fishermen, okay, Indians they work at the plantation, in Chinese mostly they go into the business, but that's more about the survival after the independence. Okay, when it's come to development era, kalau saya ingat this is zaman Tun Abdul Razak. Okay, so zaman Tun Abdul Razak kita start the country start to have a massive plantation. So siapa ingat Felda, alright, Felda. So that's actually one of the strategy actually how the government try to shape our country economy. So most of people they shift kepada structured farming to Felda. Ni ada bawah ni I put gambar. Have you heard this movie kan? Apa ni? Pendekar Hujan Lapuk. Okay, why? Because famous job on that particular time was teacher. Teacher, cikgu. I couldn't remember. Cikgu Ros. Okay, so that's actually why, because at that time education is important, okay, because the government trying to shape kita punya country, so the landscape of job is actually demand comes from the government structure, what's the economy ataupun what's the jobs that actually should be created to support the country. Okay, so macam tadi kita change, so teachers ni government sector lah, okay, status, and then kita ada structured farming, okay, to Felda. Okay, back come to the modern era. Yang ni ialah zaman Tun Mahathir, okay, Tun Dr. Mahathir. So after our country moved, okay, from the economic crisis somewhere in 1980s, so then more industry coming to our country, okay, around that era. So there is lots huge migration occur. Maknanya people from rural area they shift ataupun they migrate to area ataupun place where the industry grows. Contohnya Pasir Gudang Johor. Okay, Pasir Gudang Johor and Shah Alam. Okay, Pasir Gudang Johor and Shah Alam actually industrial place. Okay, so people from let's say Kelantan, Terengganu, Kedah ataupun any rural area they migrate there to support. So what kind of job very famous on that particular era? Engineers, lepas tu kita panggil factory workers, okay, right. And not forgetting also the government sector. So the government sector still come as a big chunk, big jobs where people actually have a potential to join. So masa tu I would say daripada 1950, 1960, 1990, so our country focus more on labor intensive jobs. Okay, semuanya labours. But okay, this is where the digital era comes. Okay, tadi first slide I mentioned about the revolutions with the IoT. These things happen in 2000. Okay, and forward. So our country kita dah start on the influenced by the development of technology. So now the job landscape to change, right? Where people still actually work using the computer, communicating through the computer. And the R&D grow. R&D grow. Many people now join both private and also government sector. And most of them are white collar. Ni Bobo Boy. Famous Bobo Boy. Bobo Boy ni actually I'm trying to represent that creative content. Dulu in somewhere before the technology ni grow fast. Kita jarang talk about creative content. So kalau ada pun kartun dulu Mickey Mouse tu semuanya di sebelah create by the Western lah. But now kita dapat tengok more creative contents created by our own people. Kita ada ni contoh lah Bobo Boy. We have more kan. Omahana lah, right? And then sport. Sports. Now sports ni, kita dah ada professional sportman. Kita dah ada dulu mostly sportman ni dia kita punya semi lah, not professional, semi professional. Their salary pun not that high. But now some of our footballers, adik-adik ni tahu, some of them pun play outside the country, play with big giant football club outside the country. So that's the demand. And also entertainment. I put Datuk Siti lah, because it's entertainment. This was very famous lah. Very famous. I want to know that. You look when Astro open for competition, open for recruitment related to entertainment. And then we can see there's lots of new talents come. So entertainment is not only physical. Macam Datuk Siti, she sings and sometimes she perform on stage, but there's also YouTube platform. Where I pun tak ingat apa simat. I'm not that in that particular. I know lah some those young people who have good talent with it, then they can produce of product related to entertainment. Now we can see, as time change, the job landscape also change. But the question is it only technology that influence that job landscape? Alright. Technically, yes, technology is one of the factors that influence the jobs landscape, but there are also other. For example, wages atau salary. Wages, salary. How the wages actually influence the demand for labours? This story like this. Dulu, before this, we never talk about becoming factory workers. But once the country set up platform where they set up an industrial area, so people migrate to that and then start on wages. So wages when it's increased, so more people are attracted with the high wages. So lebih ramai yang akan go for it lah. So I think adik-adik pun, if we open to you several jobs with different wages, agak-agak you akan choose the highest one, right? So as more people opt for high wages, so maksudnya there is demand, akan berlaku demand, right? Marginal productivity ini actually influenced by the country punya policy. When Tun Mahathir introduced car maker through masa tu Proton, so then there's a productivity. So things that Malaysia never have before. Then once the government start introducing Proton, so now there's a demand. Then ada marginal productivity, more cars are produced. So when more car produced, then we need more people to work. That's what we call marginal productivity. And you know what? Now we have many universities. Mula-mula kita ada 1 or 2, 5 universities, and the number universities grow. Itu baru universiti awam. Imagine that this number of universities grow means that more lecturers need to be recruited. Kita kena recruit. Itu baru universiti awam. We don't talk yet about university, private university and even schools. So More productivity means more demand for laborers on that particular area, okay? And of course, the profitability of organizations. Okay, very quick. If you have to choose to work with Petronas and to work with and to work with JKR, two differences sangat big. Satu work with Petronas and one to work with JKR. Which one you choose? Okay, ada tak jawapan? Okay, satu nak kerja dengan Petronas, another one to work dengan JKR. Which one? Okay, I would say most of you would choose Petronas lah. Why? Because you know that the company has very high profitability. Okay, dia ada kaitan high profit organizations means that there are chances of they are opening new kita panggil they might create new jobs lagi, ataupun of course lah dia ada kaitan dengan wages ataupun another allowance. So all this actually ada effect on the laborers lah. Okay, then kita tengok there's one study ataupun information released by the World Economy. So what is World Economy? World Economy is a platform where most they get data from all over the world, okay, all over the countries, and then they study the patterns of economics and the influence on the job market. So at least even though this may be not direct totally suit for Malaysia, but at least talking about globalization nowadays, we can work remotely, okay? So this could be one of the way you can predict what kind of job will be in the future. Okay, ya, kita try that. There's no narrative, it's just ni saja. Software developer coming, technology and computer thinking is one among the vital skills. Medical technician, physical therapist, okay, ergonomics. Ergonomics ni banyak pakai in macam factory, okay. Okay, so aging society actually increase, so caregiving become increasingly important skill. Sales marketing specialist, customer service, coming. Next is social intelligence will be important, media literacy, okay. Teachers and trainers will be vital in fast-changing world. Education and training jobs are set to be major growth area. Okay, this is true. Management analysts, accountants, and auditor will see double-digit growth. So business acumen will be desirable skills. Okay, so all right. So these are actually what predicted by the World Economic Forum. Okay, World Economic Forum. Now, let's have a look at this. Fast-growing occupation 2018-2028 as reported by the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay. All right. So, these jobs actually are influenced by the current polar actually happen in somewhere in part of the world. Okay, kita ada wind energy technicians. If you realize now, okay, people start to change our life from using direct electricity towards something like much sustainable. Okay, kita try to use other energy, okay, alternative energy. So when our government decided to also opt for other options, okay, on the energy, okay, from wind or water, so means that we in our country need to have good ataupun technicians or engineers to deal with these new things. Okay, this is the growing energy technology. Okay, so we have to be prepared for that. Home has its personal care aids, okay, occupational therapy assistance. Yang ni actually high demand after COVID. Okay, so remember during the COVID we were trained to stay in house but still communicate through virtual. Okay, so there people start on thinking how I can have better health, okay, personal care, while I cannot go out. This way actually sudden growth. This word ni sudden growth dia naik. So for those adik-adik who are very interested on sport, okay, but you are not really good in sport, maybe you can channel your interest into something like this, okay, personal care, okay. Alright, kemudian information security analyst, ini lebih pada IT based lah, okay. Sebab apa? Why? Because now everything we communicate through handphone, through laptop kan, kita purchase things, so there must be security protect ataupun protection, so high security to protect our database, our details. Okay, statistician ni, okay, I'm statistician, so mathematician. Previously, I remember when I thought that I'm statistician, so the first impression to me is that I'm a teacher lah. Okay, but now people understand that statistician, mathematician also contribute to the technology developments, because we the one who create the algorithm. We have to write the algorithm. This algorithm transferred to the engineers, okay, ataupun IT software developer, so that they can come with the apps ke system, okay. Alright, speech language pathologies. I'm not sure, but what I understand is that as there are more communication occurs virtual, there's a need for the translator, ataupun not only for language that we communicate, even also for apa ni, yang orang kurang upaya lah. Okay, so that's way adalah coming. Okay, lain software developer. Software developer ni famous, okay, software developer, and in fact you can become as your own software developer, okay. Okay, but what happened in our country? Okay, oops, dia terpergi laju. Okay, content writer, okay, digital content writer, okay, digital content writer memang grow so sudden in our country. Why? Because we have a platform like YouTube, TikTok, okay, Instagram, of which that our young generation, they really love to upload things and create story. So, but the thing that we are talking about is yang high quality one lah, okay. Nanti I show you some examples. Software developer, finance manager, digital marketing specialist. Sekarang ni because we have Shopee, kita ada Maybank to you yang online, so that's where we need talents to support this industry, okay. Business development and sales manager, healthcare medical support executive, okay, and nanti cyber security lah, okay. Ini I think maybe adik-adik kenal kot, Dr. C. Okay, Dr. C, he's a medical doctor, so instead of his sitting in his office or in clinic hospital, he also conduct consultation virtual support. So yang that's actually now we can look at the difference or the changes from the common working style as a doctor that always kita imagine you sit in a hospital ataupun in a clinic and patient come to you, but now you also can come as a advisor atau consultants to your customer, okay, right. This guy, Dr. ni Richwood kan, okay, Dr. Azizan kan, okay, Dr. Azizan, so he's also clever, so he's one of example, kita panggil motivator lah. Dulu motivator usually dia his business is quite interesting because he's come with the mass teaching, and then dia ada also groups through WhatsApp group and also dia punya Facebook groups where he actually coach the new coming entrepreneur. Okay, Shopee, adik-adik pun familiar kot Shopee, now you can purchase online, okay, you don't have to go out, okay, just download the apps and then you can buy. But the important inside the Shopee is who the one who create the platform, who's the one who create the content for Shopee, who's the one. So yang ni lah yang we call as a jobs tu, okay. Shopee tu is dia punya ni lah, okay, dia punya platform, similar to Maybank to you, okay. Maybank to you now kita dah boleh buat all transactions online, okay. The important behind Maybank to you tu ialah security, okay. So who's actually the one who design, okay, for the customer security, okay, for the banks, money transaction security, okay, and also of course the brand name of Maybank, okay. So So all these yang I mentioned just now, they are jobs actually behind there yang bagi move lah. Okay, creative content. Adik-adik, I think yang most of you ada Facebook, right? Agak-agaknya what actually content you all fill up dalam YouTube ataupun you feed in your YouTube or you feed in your TikTok or you feed in your Instagram. Okay, now creative contents ni I look at the very wide job prospect. Okay, not only for individual creative content, but it's also means for the industry. Okay, look at the first one on the left ni. Okay, this is actually job advertisement. Job advertisement usually job advertisement ni dia apa ni common lah in newspaper kan. But this was very interesting. Okay, just I read for you. There are 10 mistakes in this ad. If you believe you are a great graphic designer with an eye for detail, spot these mistakes. Then send us your feedback and on the below address, including your CV and portfolio. So if you can spot that 10 mistakes in this ad, so you can email to Joe. Okay, it's very interesting way to track. Okay, new entrance. Okay, instead of the common yang biasa. Okay, yeah. Alright. So if you can spot that 10 mistake, you're very good. Okay. Okay, then go for the next. This one is actually the creative content created by IKEA. So what people know about IKEA? IKEA is simple design untuk housing. So kita ada ni gambar kitchen ni. Okay, small kitchen. Okay, in a plate. Okay, because the concept IKEA concept is that you can purchase furniture from them. Okay, and you can put that furniture in your car. Okay, so that's simple. So this is what we need, people who are very creative to design this ad. Okay, now come to my next part, which is the dilemma between job interest and job popularity. So job interest is a preference regarding work task of an individual. So what we call job interest? Job popularity is actually a ranking of jobs that usually done through survey on selected sample among job seekers. Okay, that's why if you go through the Google, usually you can see job popularity. So job popularity means what people vote for. Okay, kind of job yang people suka. Okay. But job interest ni different. Job interest ni we couldn't have one individual. So different people may have different interests. Okay. So how to play with this dilemma, whether you should go for job interest or you should go for job popularity. Okay, but I would say that if you want to think further, much beyond, okay, from maybe for your next 5 years time, 10 years time, then things that work is not for work's sake, but for where your interest lies. Because when you work on interest, actually you will try your best to make your job fun. But sometimes we go for job popularity and then we realize that popularity is not to us and not fit to our interest. Nanti kita akan stress. Okay, so job interest maknanya apa yang adik suka lah. Okay, for example, if you like to play football, maybe you can plan, okay, I would like to become a professional footballer, or if not, I can switch a little bit closer that, okay, I join as a therapist, okay, and a little bit closer as a food psychologist. Kita ada, okay, right. So job interest often associated to vocational interest. Kita suka buat job environment and personal types. Yes.
You have to meet.
Yeah, yeah, Doktor, yeah, Prof. Yeah. Yes, Prof, I know.
2 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I okay. Okay. Then we come to the job, salary or job satisfactions. Okay, between these two. Okay, this one. Okay, set for new entrants, selalunya salary rather than job satisfactions. Why? Because when adik-adik after finish the study, because you want to start your life, okay? So you need duit. Okay, that's where the salary comes. But if you choose that I don't bother to get whatever salary because the important is I already satisfied my job. So that could be possible. Okay, job satisfaction ni maknanya you feel positive of doing the job. Okay, but a study in 2017 revealed that 36% of our young talents leave their first job within a year. That's no because you are searching your career path sebenarnya. Okay, very quick. Yang ni ialah list of entry level positions salary. So the highest now is computer science starting 3,000. Okay, so agak-agak nak dia apa kan? Okay, job seeker or job creator? That's another dilemma for our young generation yang masuk in entrance job. Job seeker means that you are looking for job. Job creator means that you create job for others. Okay, so usually memang adik-adik dia go for job seeker, no problem. But maybe if you want to go for sustainable, then try to think how from your job interest to you come to the job creator. But there's a path. Okay. Yang ni adik-adik boleh snapshot, siapa ada boleh snapshot. If you have the interest on this particular job, then you have be careful because it's predicted that this job will decline. Maknanya mungkin dia tak ada dah. Okay, mungkin dah tak ada. So we need to change from now. Okay, jobs in demand. Data analyst scientist, maknanya job that coming, job yang industry keep on hunting now. So actually apa yang adik boleh buat ialah you upgrade your skills. When you upgrade your skills, okay, then there's a possibility to join any of these. Actually yang ni yang 10 lah, jadi dia more. Okay, gigs jobs. Okay, yang ni adik-adik kenal lah kot gigs jobs. Okay, yang paling famous is food panda, grab driver. Actually there are more. Okay, saya nak terus pergi kepada snapshot gig jobs in Malaysia yang maybe adik-adik boleh jadikan inspirations. Okay, this one, there are gig workers. They don't have any companies, but they actually sells their talents. Okay, Nuzaliza, if you want, she actually certified English with a translator. If you want to use her skills to hire her, then you have to get ready to pay her at $36 per hour. Translation. Comic art artist, satu. Okay, they don't have company, but they can sell their own specialist. Bawah ni ialah those yang photographer. So if you want to get nice photo, okay, during majlis kahwin kan, so you can call him, but he charge you for $80 per hour. Okay, yang ni menarik. Cik Nom, okay, Prof. I know sekejap lagi sikit je. Okay, Cik Nom ni I know her because I was one yang refer to her website back in 2005. Okay. 2015. Okay, dia buat recipe. But now the recipe that she created, she able to sell not only her page ni kan, and even food yang ada tu pun she able to sell. Nampak tak how actually she's very interested with cook. So despite of choose to open restaurant, actually dia dah ada their own platform. Yang ni pun adik-adik kira lah kot. Haziz Fitri, kalau yang the one that I shot here is the YouTube punya statistics. Okay, YouTube statistics. So dia ada upload, subscriber ada berapa ramai, and we can look into the salary. Ni adik-adik tahu lah ni. Okay, but these are actually the landscape of the coming few getting hired, or you create on your own. Okay, you create on your own. Either you create your own jobs based on your skills macam yang ni, okay, translator, okay, comics art ni, arts. And then yang ni photographer, all it comes from your interest. So adik-adik boleh choose. Now you are so fortunate because you can create your own destiny. Okay, ini pun adik-adik boleh snapshot. Okay, the list that I give down here are the the one that actually listed by the World Economic forum, okay, about the skills needed by the coming future industry. Okay, so analytical thinking, active learning. So kita tengok, there's no English here lah, but English is about communications. So when you talk about analytical thinking, the question is how we want to communicate that thinking to others. So we need language, okay, language. If you want to go global, then English lah, mudah, okay. Ni saya just show my way, my career path. To be honest, I planned to become a medical doctor when I was kid, but I think I'm not fit to that, because when I did my job interest assessment, I realized that I doesn't like to wear uniform and I prefer to work with machine rather than human. Okay, kalau doctor you have to meet people kan, so I don't like that. So then I switched my interest to lecturer lah. Still I got doctor lah. I think my name ada doctor kan, so okay lah. Alright. But my career, the education needed is actually still on the same track lah. Okay, daripada pure science kepada statistic IT to the computing statistics, and now I'm in my permanent job. During this path, adik-adik, you have to go for upskilling. Daripada you understand what you want to be, don't forget to learn new things. Okay, new things. Now there are so many platforms for you, free platform for you to learn new skills. Okay. And my plan for retirement is I want to become a novelist actually, but I'm not sure whether I'm able to do that. Okay, hope so. Okay, yang ni kalau adik-adik ada, nanti I share dekat ni. If you able to do this personal test ni, buatlah, so that you can know who you are, what kind of character you have. Maybe from this, adik-adik boleh decide sendirilah what you want to be. Okay, tu saja daripada saya. Nanti saya paste this link dekat kita punya communication box tu, chat box, so adik-adik boleh guna untuk check who you are actually, what character you have, what personality you have. So nanti boleh design sendirilah your punya kerjaya. So for that, thank you Prof AINOL. So I give this back to you.
Okay, thank you Dr. IDAYU. I'm sure it is a very aspiring talk that you have given. From talking about history, where we were, and then where we have been heading, and where we are now, and then a little bit about the future. So inshallah, there is a fast-growing occupations that we are going through. So the take-home for our audience, particularly students who are waiting to go to university, is that make sure that you do the best in whatever area that you choose. And Dr. IDAYU mentioned about the importance of having interest in what you do, because with that interest, so whatever you do, our obstacles and challenges that you face, you are able to face. See if there's any question from the screen. It looks like there is none. So with that, because we have one more session to go, I would like to thank Dr. IDAYU for your time. Very insightful content for the young. So thank you on behalf of the committee and on behalf of NPM. Now we have to go to the next session, session 4. And the session 4 entitled Hear My Voice. Okay, so in this session, we have moved on to the younger generation. Okay, so we have here, we're very fortunate here to have 3 people who are very successful in what they are doing. They are still at university or just finished university, but they are also working in different areas. So I will introduce our first speaker in the slot, Mr. Amir Imran, who's only 23 years old, is studying in Bachelor of Mass Communication and Advertising at UITM Shah Alam. But at the same time, Amir is a part-time worker with a content developer for Nation MY, a web performance marketer. All right. And his passion is in digital world and all the opportunities that this digital world brings. All right. So that's our first speaker. The second speaker is actually all the way across the globe Miss Anissa. Anissa is actually now based in Manchester, United Kingdom. So thank you, Anissa. I know it's a very wee hour in Manchester and it's winter. So thank you for waking up so early to be with us. Anita is a creative content creator and also a law student based in Manchester, United Kingdom. Her work is dedicated to documenting her life as a content creator and a traveler. All right. So this is very interesting. She's only 21 years old. She has worked with a number of reputable international and local brands and organizations from a wide range of fields. Her latest adventure is showcasing her travel, her activities, places that she goes to, and also the people that she has met. And through her content, Anissa wishes to take her audience to a journey of finding things that are real, meaningful, and to live the life to the fullest. All right, so that's Anissa all the way from United Kingdom. And the third presenter or the third person in this panel is Mr. Nur Arifuddin. Nur Arifuddin is currently an independent freelance graphic designer based in Kedah, and he has just graduated from UUM in Bachelor of Media Technology with honors, majoring in digital advertising. Right? He is until now he craves to learn more new things in the emerging technology and skills that are needed or relevant now. In the last 4 years, he's been freelancing and he has supported a range of clients in virtual identity, in branding, graphic design, social media management, copyright, and a long list of other things. So this is all what Dr. IDAYU mentioned earlier, and they are the people who are actually doing it now. So let's hear them and their experiences and get inspired by them. So I would like to invite our first speaker. Each of you will be given about 15 minutes plus minus, yeah? And then we will wrap up with question, or I will wrap up what you say or give you 1 or 2 minutes to wrap up at the end. So I would like to call upon Mr. Amir Imran. The screen and the mic is yours.
Right, thank you very much, Prof. AINOL. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is feeling motivated on this Saturday morning. So as mentioned by Prof. AINOL, I'm a UITM student studying my bachelor's, majoring in advertising. Also a part-timer at a company called Content Nation Malaysia. It's an advertising agency. So currently I'm in the performance marketing department, mainly focusing my efforts on website performance marketing. Along the way, I'm also a freelance digital strategist and also a website developer. So my job experience is quite a lot of things. So what I do on a daily basis is mainly user interface and user experiences design. If all of you know UI UX, so that's my expertise. And also I'm looking at it from a performance perspective. Not only designing the whole thing, but also looking at it in a performance perspective. When I say performance, it's more of a way to see things, whether number one, appealing to the user's eye, of course. And number two is whether we are effectively catching our users' attention. And lastly, number three is for us, advertisers, to plan better in advertising a brand, a product, or etc. So what makes my job interesting is that you could actually be whoever you want. When I say that, it's because in my industry, in order to market or advertise anything, a brand, a product, anything you want to advertise, you want to market, we as advertisers or in my industry, we have to understand our audiences. We have to be in their shoes, in your shoes. Then only we can come up with a plan or on who, when, where, why, and how we penetrate these target audiences. Well, to give you a bigger picture of the job, the thing I'm doing. So in the audiences today, you guys, you students, I mean all of you here today. So the reason you are using a product or loyal to a brand, this is because you are their target audience. Well, let me give you an example. A group of you here might own an iPhone. I mean, everybody knows what an iPhone is, right? So an iPhone it's a smartphone from Apple. So a group of you here might own an iPhone. Another group of you here might not own an iPhone. So those owning an iPhone, you are the target audiences. Okay, but those who don't own an iPhone but wants to own an iPhone, you are also the target audiences. So in my industry, we learn and research consumer behavior. It's an interesting topic. Trust me, you can even finally understand yourself on who you are and what you like and what you want to experience. Well, there's a lot more interesting things about my job, but let's save that for another day. Well, there's also a question on job interest or job popularity. Well, in my opinion or my own experience, I won't seek for job popularity. I will always seek for something I'm interested in, because along the way, if you find something or you work something or you do something in terms of just for the popularity, at one point you'll give up. You find that, oh, this is hard. I can't do this. I'm not interested in this. So you give up along the way and you try to do things that you're not interested in and you're not passionate about it, and you tend to give up along the way. Trust me, because I've been there. I've once studied business. I've just started my first semester in business learning, business studies, and then along the way I say, oh, I'm not interested in this. So what I did was, okay, I gave up on business and now I'm here in the media industry. So well, speaking of interest, job interest or career interest, honestly, it may change over time. Interest may change. Me, myself, I didn't see myself as a media practitioner or a strategist. You know, when we are in primary school, our teacher asked us this $1 million question. What do you want to be when you grow up? So do you remember your answer? I mean, I know most of us answer like, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be an engineer. Has anyone here said anything like, oh, I want to be a digital marketer? I don't think so. So, well, I wanted to be a scientist actually. During my primary school, I answered my teacher. I say, I want to be a scientist teacher. I want to be Albert Einstein. I want to study physics. But now I'm here doing media industry. So it's important for all of us. Honestly, me, myself, it's something for me to also remember. It's important for us to continuously identify your career assets very often, because you have to explore the world. You have to explore your skills, how you can be something and how you can gain experience. Life is about gaining experiences, and try to find something you're interested in and try to excel in things you are interested in. For me, career interest or job interest, it's very important because it reflects your preferences in your work environment later, not only in work terms, but also in your studies. Because whatever you do, when you need to start somewhere. So by aligning your career interest, you get satisfaction. When you work or when you study something you are interested in, you get that satisfaction. You get that satisfaction of learning something you want, not rather than learning something that you don't want. So, and also you can also get strategic career decisions. So when you learn something you are interested in, and then you can just visualize where you want to be or where you're heading to, and then you can excel from there. You can progress from those decisions. This will also give you motivation to get out of your bed every day and progress through and improve day by day. Honestly, it will change you as a person, because it did to me. It changed me as a person. I'm more confident because of the things I do, because I'm interested in this. I'm passionate about the digital media. I'm passionate about the online media. And, you know, during our COVID-19, our pandemic, the business world and also studies, we shift into the online environment, the online industry. So you see, the world can evolve at any given time. It will evolve. It won't evolve around you. It won't evolve around us. The world will evolve on its own. So we, as mentioned from our doctors here, our professors here, we have to find something that we are interested in, and we have to adapt to situations, and we have to learn and grow time and time, day by day. So that's an experience we should all try to work for. There's always time to improve and move forward. So that's about my experiences. Yeah, I think that's about it. Is there any questions?
Okay, there's no question. We probably will get back to you. If I were to ask you, what would be some of the things, one of the most important things that you think these are students, yeah? They're about to leave Form 6, about to enter the university. So what do you think is the most important skill they need to equip themselves with in order for all the things that you said just now? Explore your strength, find out about where your interest is. Because with all this, only with your interest will you get satisfaction in what you do. So what do you tell them? What is important that they must have in order to go and look for their strength?
Right. So
Amin?
Say again? Sorry, you're breaking up.
So what can you tell them? What can you advise them or tell them how to look for this strength so that they will know what their interest is? Or how can they prepare themselves?
Well, okay, good question. So yeah, I oftenly get this question. I mean, many people ask me this, and many people ask me, how are you working or studying? How are you getting these skills? How are you, evolving into this kind of work environment while studying and things like that? So, well, skills and experience you can find. You can gain experience, you can develop skills, but the critical question of how do I start or how do I find a skill that I'm interested in or passionate is just to try. The keyword is just to try. If you find something that, hey, this looks interesting, this looks like something I can do, try it. Try to, get into the situation or the environment itself. For example, me as a media practitioner or advertiser, well, we often use social media. So from there, I gain an interest of learning more into social media because I'm a website developer. I love website because I love codings. I love, computer language, things like that. It's because my uncle used to, do things in the computer and do coding stuff, and I don't understand that language. So I asked him, "What are you doing, uncle?" So he say he's coding and then doing computer language. Then I say I was still young. I think I was around my primary school. Then I say to my uncle, "Hey, I like coding too." And then he asked me, "Okay, if you like coding, what computer language do you know?" Well, I don't have the answer for that. And after that, he taught me. He say, "Well, computer language does a lot of things. There's HTML, there's CSS." So from there, I gain interest, and then I start learning into things like this. And I start reading, I start searching for things like this. I start searching, what is HTML? How do I start? So from there, I gain interest. So to answer your question, I think you have to try. No matter what, you have to try. You have to experience things. Then only you learn. Then only you create your passion. Because passion, experience, it won't come on its own. It won't come suddenly and serve you on the table. No. Because you have to find your experience. You have to find your skills. You have to, after you find your skills, you find something you like to do, you try to adapt, and then you have to evolve. You have to improve. You have to move forward. Whatever it is, you try something, you like it, move forward. Don't ever, if you see you can't do this, just try to move forward a bit more, try to push yourself, try to go beyond limits and then see whether you really like it or you don't like it. And then there's always a chance to improve something or change something. There's no such thing as this is the end. There's no such thing as, oh, I'm a failure. No one's a failure. It's always about trying. It's always about experiencing, and it's always about moving forward. Push yourself and then try to go beyond limits. Me myself, I do sometimes get to a point where I feel like, oh, this is tiring. This is demotivating. I can't do this. There's always a point in life where you feel like, oh, I don't think I can continue this. I don't think I can, push this through. But just tell yourself, you are here for a reason. You are here by your own skills and capabilities. You know that you can do this. Just give a final push to it. Trust me, believe me, You can. Everyone here can. If you are passionate into something or you're interested into something, don't let anyone tell you you can't. And like what Prof Zu mentioned, we will always get critics. You know, in life, there's always critics. There's always people trying to pull us down. But you know yourself. You know your strength. Push through and move forward. There's always chance to change your life. You know, because I know most of us, we don't come from a wealthy family, or that we come from a humble family. So you yourself, I mean, we have to change. We have to change. We have to move forward. We have to evolve and adapt situations. As you can see, our pandemic, it causes a lot of difficulties. It shows what you need to be and what you need to do. It shows that difficulties can come. The pandemic is a good example. You know, people shift, people are getting retrenched, people are losing their jobs. So it's a good example to show you that you yourself own your life. Don't let anyone else own your life. Don't let anyone tell you, say that, hey, you do this. Hey, try to get this done. You know, don't let people dictate your life. You are your own narrative. Try to push forward, improve. Believe me, the people here, the professors here, the doctors here, they push through life. Trust me, they are not people who, you know, get things for free. They don't get things all of a sudden say, they are not clever by born. Trust me, I know most of them here, and me myself, we work for it. We try to push through. There's always something, you know, it's not always fun and games. There will always be difficulties, there's always be challenges. So whatever it is, know who you are, find your strength, push through, because you yourself own your own life. So I hope I answer your question, Doctor.
Right, yes. Thank you so much. All right. Like the one that you said about, in searching, you talk about your experience talking to others. So yes, never do it alone. It's always, it helps a lot if you talk to others and then try to discover with people around you. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you so much again. I might get back to you if there are questions or we have time for a wrap up. But we'll have to go to the second presenter. Thank you, Amir. So we would like to invite Miss Anissa. Miss Anissa, are you here? Yes, Anissa.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Prof. AINOL?
Sir, I know it's 3 hours in the morning. Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
All right. So the mic is yours. We would like to listen to you and your insightful experiences and what you're doing.
Can you also see the screen? All right. Nice. Thank you so much, Prof. AINOL, for the very warm welcome. Assalamualaikum and hello to the teachers, students, other panels, and the rest of the attendees. Good morning from England. It's 4 a.m. in the morning right now. I am currently live in Manchester, United Kingdom. But I'm okay with it because I really want to share about my experience to all of you guys today. And first of all, to be honest, to be invited to this event is such an honor. So thank you to the organizer for inviting me, and I'm so excited to share to all of you about my journey, and I really hope it could benefit you in the future. Oh, also, before I start with my speech, can I see how many of you guys wanted to study in the UK or study abroad? Can you just text a yes in the chat? Just a yes. Yeah, I cannot see because I'm sharing my screen. Oh yeah, I can see now. Okay, Amar Aminuddin. Is it only Amar? Okay, not a lot, but it's okay. Maybe after I share to you about all of this, maybe it'll change your mind. So yeah, okay. So my name is Anissa Khadija, and my speech for today will be divided to 3 parts, which are first, life in the UK, juggling between studying and content creation. Second is relating between studies and current interests. And the third one is salary or job satisfaction. Now let's focus on the first part of the speech. So as all of you know, as it has been mentioned, I am a final year law student at the University of Manchester. under a sponsorship from the Malaysian government. Thank you so much, Malaysia. And while studying, I am involved with the world of content creation. So content creation is my side hustle at university. My work is dedicated to documenting my life as a content creator and a traveler. And I really wish to take my audience on a journey of finding something real and meaningful and to live your life to the fullest. So before coming to Manchester, I was actually, I took my SPM in MRSM. So I was an MRSM student for 5 years. And then I went to UiTM Dengkil for a whole year for foundation in law. And now I'm in University of Manchester and studying law. And yeah, speaking of content creation, I've worked with a number of reputable international and local brands and organizations from a wide range of fields, including like fashion brands, airlines, computer software company, and some popular local brands. So these are some of those. First is Qatar Airways. I represented Qatar Airways for their student brand ambassador for a 4 months contract. And then Quizlet, a software company, a computer software company, which helps students to study for their student brand ambassador for a month. And then Project 87, my first ever campaign as the Duta Perpaduan or the Unity ambassador. And then A Piece of Malaysia, it's a paid partnership, a brand that is based in Bangsar. And other brands in the UK like Abayas Boutique, and then Amira Zaini. We also have Bayu Somerset, Haven Clothing, and I am now currently working with Charles & Keith Official as their brand ambassador for their affiliate program. So these are all the brands and company that I've worked with in the past for the past, I think 3 months. Yeah, it's just recently. And so people usually ask me like, how do I manage to do it all at one time? Like while studying, while adapting in a foreign country, while traveling, while making content creation. And to be honest, for me, right, law is very tough, honestly. And I think it is all about finding a balance at everything. Like it is about managing your time well. And as long as you're genuine about what you're doing, and as long as you're genuine about your content and you're being paid for it, then alhamdulillah, rezeki, macam itulah. And honestly, this is just an advice. I know that a lot of like youngsters, a lot of millennials are like super addicted to TikTok and everything, but please don't do content for brands if they do not pay you. Please don't do a TikTok content that involves branding if they don't pay you, if you're okay with that. And I'm sure Amir knows like this is not okay to do like a branding without like paying someone. And truth to be told, if they're not paying you, they're just using your time, your audience, and your English skills. So if anything, please don't do it for free. And so usually a lot of people will ask me like, how do I relate between like studies and my current interests? Like, because I studied law and like my content is basically like me promoting myself out there, like using brands and airlines and everything, which brings me to the second part of my speech. And where I would like to believe that honestly, it has been easy as most of this job, my side hustle or collaboration and partnership are based on a contract. So as a law student, of course, I am very paranoid and will carefully examine the contract that I'm about to get involved in. Like it's a legal contract and agreement, and it's legally binding, and I'm still a student. So anything can happen to me in the future. So that is why we really need to like focus on our present. And the way I would relate to it, I would say that it helps me a lot in being aware of what I'm getting myself into. And also because it's a contract and I learned contract law like in school. So it's really interesting to know that about all these terms and conditions and how are you going to be held accountable if you do something wrong or anything. And next, moving on to the last part of my speech, salary or job satisfaction. As of now, I'm still in my final year. I'm still finding the perfect job for me and I'm still applying for jobs. So as of now, I would say from my observation and from my experience, like creating for like the past 3 years, as of now, I would say job satisfaction, because I truly believe that you need to be passionate to do work. You need to know what you want to do. And because I'm a firm believer that I can't function well if I don't like what I'm doing. So I'm super grateful that I know what I want to do. But right now, like we're in inflation, right? So maybe in the future, like it might change to like choosing salary over job satisfaction. But as of now, I really think it's really important for you to know what you want in life, like what you want to do, what you enjoy to do most, because at the end of the day, you're gonna suffer alone, you're gonna do this alone. So I would say for now is job satisfaction. And before like I end this presentation, I'd like to share with you a video of me in the UK so that most people like can get inspired or feel more semangat to study abroad. And also, while we're at it, don't forget to connect with me on Instagram or LinkedIn or TikTok, so that if you have any questions about studying law or studying abroad or learning English or saying yes to a brand, just feel free to connect or DM me on Instagram. So yeah, that's basically it. Prof Ainul, can I now pass the floor to Mr. Hazrul for the video?
Yes, please. All right.
Hello, my name is Anissa Khadija. I am a Malaysian student living in Manchester, and this is my story. Last year, I flew to England alone during the pandemic to fulfill my dream of studying abroad. At first, I was scared, but well, I made it. Currently, I am studying law at the University of Manchester. Living in Manchester was a dream come true to me. It is a beautiful place, and I really wish everyone will come here one day. Since we're in a pandemic and I am on my break, let me and my friends show you around. Hi! I spent most of the time exploring Manchester with my friends. There were a lot of places for iconic hangouts with their buddies. We went on a merry-go-round, we went to a circus show, played at the arcade together, and also did bowling. As Manchester is famous for its Theatre of Dreams as the main attraction, my best friend and I had the chance to watch a football match at Old Trafford. I love spending time at the city. There was one time my friends and I joined a spontaneous flash mob with random people in front of the popular shopping mall. We had so much fun as we loved dancing. This is Heaton Park. We went there to ride a swan. It was so sunny, we also had ice creams. I am very grateful to be surrounded by the local gems of my town, and they are very much worth taking another glance at.
So we found a shop that sells vinyl records. Look at all these girls.
It is simply amazing to have the opportunity to explore within your city, because chances are you've not seen them before. While I'm in England, I also do traveling a lot. I go to another town and city to have an adventure.
We're on our way to Clayton Pier, and we're almost there. Today we're in Bath.
Traveling makes me the happiest, especially with my friends. My heart is full. Even when my family is 10,000 kilometers away, having friends and going places together make me feel so close to my family. Frankly speaking, I feel so content and I am so happy. I believe that better days are coming. Till then, stay safe and take care. Bye!
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Hazrul, for the video. That's actually embarrassing to like show it to all of you, but it's okay. So that's a video of my life in the UK when I was in my first year. And I guess that's the end of my sharing. And if any of you have any questions, or if Prof Ainul have any questions, you can just ask me.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Anissa. We won't let you go yet because I think there's probably if I were, I'm very excited. Yeah? Very inspiring to see. This is an exemplar of living life to the fullest. You're a student there, but also you're taking the opportunity to explore people, culture, and the different places while you're living abroad to study. But maybe if I put myself in the Form 6 students' shoes, what can you say? What can you share? At what point of your life did you know what you wanted to do? Because you seem to know what you wanted to do, where you wanted to go, and how to live your life to the fullest. Probably if you can share with us, at what point of your life, how did you discover that's what you wanted to do?
All right. So it looked easy, but it was not. When I was in like high school, when I was 17, I was just as confused as a lot of most SPM leavers are. So I would say my dream when I was in high school is to study abroad. But that dream was being crushed because I did not get the SPM results that I expected. So, tapi alhamdulillah, my result was good enough to study the course that I wanted to do now, which is law. And one of the requirements to study law is that you'll need to attain at least an A solid for your SPM. Oh yeah, and I also prepared this. Like I have my SPM book from high school that I like bring all the way from Malaysia just in case like I need to tengok balik the essays or everything. But honestly, for me, you are most likely to get accepted to universities for A levels, foundation, metrics, and others if you get an A in English. And when you get older to enter like for undergraduate studies or diploma or anything, you'll need to sit for MOHD or for Malaysian universities MOHD, and UK maybe IELTS, and America is TOEFL. So for me, you see, if you fail that one important test, which is English, honestly, well, I don't know, like for me, like to attain an A for SPM or a good result for MOHD or IELTS, your dream of going to abroad or even pursuing your education at university will not be crushed just like that. And I was lucky enough that I attained an A back then. Because to be honest, it was not easy, honestly. Like when I was in high school, I was very sure I wanted to do accounting because I was in the accounting stream. But then, things changed when I got my SPM results and all. So for now, I think please just focus on your main core subjects because these are the subjects that are important for you to use like in the future. And along the way, you will learn, but please keep on exploring what you want, what you actually wanted to do in life. And yeah, I think that's probably it. Hope it's answered your question.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Ms. Anissa. It's very insightful. I get myself excited and I have such that if I have a second life, I would like to live the life of your life. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So thank you. We have a third speaker, Mr. Arifuddin or Hisham. So Anissa, we might get back to you if there are any questions later. But now the floor and the mic are Mr. Nur Arif. So thank you. Arif, welcome. I pass the mic and the screen to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can listen to me. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much to the organizer for inviting me as one of the panels today. And maybe before I start my sharing today, I just have a simple question. Guess my age. That's it. I don't have any more question prepared for today. All right. So my name is Nur Arifuddin Noisham. I'm a freelance graphic designer. My job is to transform ideas into something that people truly value. As a media technology student, I learned a lot of things about media. At the same time, I'm doing my freelance job as a graphic designer to improve my skill and support myself financially back at my university. So mostly I get jobs from my friends, mainly for events or club activities. I also love to draw in my free time, especially in digital art. When it comes to my media work, there are a lot of things that I have done. As mentioned by Prof. AINOL, I have supported a range of clients in visual identities or branding, graphic design, social media management, copywriting, and video editing for individual interests, organizations, and business entities. So becoming a freelancer is a really good option for me as the time is very flexible. So I can do my job anytime as long as I can finish it before the deadline. So currently, I'm doing social media management, and I believe most of you are already familiar with social media. And the interesting fact about social media is some of the social media accounts have someone to handle the account. That is one of my jobs. I need to create content designs, making copywriting, and plan daily postings. Yes, I need to plan at least one post per day. And even nowadays, you can see that most of the company have their own social media manager. So that's a little bit of detail about my job as a freelance graphic designer. And a little bit fun fact, my first dream job is to become a veterinarian, aka Dr. Haiwan. Jauh terpesong, memang jauh terpesong. So today I don't plan to share my story about my job as a freelance graphic designer, but I want to tell you how I decided to do this in my life and what I have learned. So my story begins in secondary school. Back when my orientation, I was a young boy, alone, and came from a small school. Or small it is if you ask. One class for each standard, which means standard 1, one class, standard 2, one class, standard 3, one class. And I'm having a little bit of difficulty mixing with new people. So one of the things that fulfill my loneliness is drawing. I love drawing. I love to draw since young, and that's what my mom told me. My dad was a photographer, and I used to watch him doing photo editing. That is when I started to learn to use the editing software all by myself, DIY. That is how I started to involve in graphic design. What makes me become eager to learn using editing software is that I want to expand my drawing skill into digital art. You may be wondering why I have that kind of thought as a student. The reason is that I believe I am not very good at academics. I'm very active back in my school because I believe I'm not good at studying. When I look at my result in each test and exam, it is not something that I can be proud of. What I believe is that I can do much better by participating in school activities and competition. If you ever wonder if I ever tried to put much more effort to study, the answer is yes. And I always want to do my best in academics. Unfortunately, I'm still not one of the best students in my school. And the belief that I've been holding on to myself, which is I am not good at studying, becomes bigger and bigger until I finish my study at secondary school. With the belief that I'm much better at graphic design, I have decided to pursue my study in graphic design. And Alhamdulillah, I managed to get an offer to continue my study in diploma. But at that moment, I am really concerned about finance. So I decided to reject the offer and continue my study as a Form 6 student. Yes, I'm a Form 6 student. And I'm going to be honest with you, Form 6 is not my first choice, but I never regret my decision. I was a Form 6 student. I'm taking 4 subjects, Pengajian Am, Pengajian Perniagaan, Bahasa Melayu and Sejarah. And I have been told that STPM is one of the hardest examinations in the world, but still, I try my best to have better result in STPM. I'm still doing my graphic design things, but at the same time, I try to give my best effort at studying. The results, I managed to get a CGPA of 3.09, and for me, that's the best I can do at the moment. So am I happy? I don't know. What I really care is about getting a good pointer so that I can pursue my study in degree. Like other students who are waiting for the call from universities, normally students will be working for a while to gain some money to support themselves financially when they are at university. That thing same goes to me, but a little bit different. I have my own ego. I want to work as a graphic designer. I still remember how hard I want to secure a job as a graphic designer, and I still remember what my friend told me. Arif, you are very picky. Kalau bahasa Melayu dia, Arif, awak memilih sangat. So, but guess what? I managed to get a work as a part-time graphic designer in a small printing company. I learned a lot of things about graphic design. So my story continues at Universiti Utara, Malaysia. I studying in a Bachelor of Media Technology with honors, majoring in digital advertising. Yes, the same goes for you. I don't really understand what this course is all about at first. And I'm not performing well in my first year as a media technology student. I still with my belief that I am not good at studying. I'm very active back at my university, and I don't even take myself seriously in my study. Again, I still do my graphic design things, but this time I'm started to become a freelance graphic designer. I start to receiving requests from my friends or friends of my friends. And I also actively participate in clubs, mostly in media and publicity roles. Plus, most of my assignments in my course are really involved in graphic design, including poster, logo design, infographic, video editing, and much more. So that's how I sharpen my skill in graphic design. But there was a moment when I started to be concerned about my study. And that happened in my second year, in my third semester. I realized that my perspective towards study is wrong. I realized that my focus on studying is just for getting a good result. What I do miss is the process of learning. I am having a mindset that the outcomes are everything. But I forgot that the process is as important as the outcome. It doesn't matter about the grade on your examination result. What really matters is what you have learned along the process. And that is when I decided to change my intention, change my niyat in studying from getting a good result to focusing on gaining knowledge. The result, I managed to get my first dean list in third semester, alhamdulillah. I just realized one thing. What I have done wrong is to believe that I am not good at studying. That kind of mindset has really affected me, affected my whole life. So I continue my study in degree, and alhamdulillah, from my third semester until my internship, I managed to get on the dean list. Just a simple step, and that is to correct your mindset about study. I still remember when a teacher asked me about what I have learned at school. It makes me think deeper, but I managed to get the answer when in my university. And it is a very long way to find the answer. Do you know what is my answer? What I have learned is how to think. How many of us nowadays love to act without thinking first? How many of us decided to believe something without thinking deeper? In my very not so interesting story, there are two things involved: study and passion. Studying is about me believing that I am not good at it. My passion, which is graphic design, is my belief that I can do it. The results are different. When I believe something that I'm not good at it, the result shows that I am not good at it. But when I believe that I can do that thing, actually, I can create a better result. What I want to tell you today is, in our life, it's all about mindset. If you have a good mindset, you can get a good result. Even if the journey is tough, every mistake that you have done is what shaped you today. My mistakes helped me to become a better person, to become who I am today. Mistakes are an opportunity for me to learn new things and to know how to solve problems in the future. And I think all you have heard about this popular question about what you're gonna tell your younger self. If I manage to tell something to my younger self, it won't be about try to avoid making mistakes. Because if I'm not doing mistakes, I'm afraid I don't learn anything in my life. If you think about the reason why you are making mistakes, it is about you making the decision. We always want to decide the best option in any case or situation, but somehow the result may show something else, which we see it as a mistake. If I choose my mistake as a mistake, what can I learn from it? I will become regretful, demotivated, and give up on life. But when I look at my mistake as a process of learning, I will gain something from it. Why until today I'm involved in graphic design? Because of my mindset. I believe that is my passion. I believe that is my strength. I believe I can do it. Is it an easy journey? No. My first laptop is not a brand new one. It is a combination of 2 used laptop, and I tried to merge it at first. Then I decided to send it to hardware shop to repair it. Alhamdulillah, the laptop was totally fine, and I'm using it for graphic design work, but not very long. So how can I get such a confidence to try to repair the laptop? The answer is the mindset. I love it, and I will do anything because graphic design is my passion. So let's summarize what I've shared today. First, we need to have a good mindset. You need to believe in yourself. If you have any talent or dream, go for it. If you think you are making mistakes halfway, then continue to your new goal. Don't take a lot of time to feel demotivated by your mistakes, because mistakes are a process of learning. And I would like to finish with this quote from me. Mistakes, correct us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Your take home is that believe in yourself. Don't make mistakes stop you from moving on and moving forward, and how important a mindset is, a positive mindset is to chart your future. All right. If you can say in a few words, what can you tell these people who their one foot is already in the next phase of their life? So other than about your mind, the mindset and because you come from similar background, so what can you tell them how to prepare themselves?
Is it as a Form 6 student?
Yes, from a Form 6, yeah. They're exiting the same door like you did. So what's one thing that you can tell them?
Okay, there's some things that I'm not telling all of you today. It's not I'm only doing design, I'm also doing other things. Back in my school, secondary school, I'm also actively joined Pesta Pantun, Pemantun. I become a Pemantun for 3 years. That's not really related to design, but why I try, because I want to know who am I and what I'm capable of. In my Form 6, I test myself because I have a little bit of a low, what we call it. I feel really I don't feel really motivated with my voice, because some of my friends tell me that I am not good in speaking. So what I did is I joined another competition when I'm in Form 6, which is Pertandingan Forum Remaja, and I become a moderator. And I didn't expect that our team managed to go to national level. So I never know that I can speak. But when I try, even though before this I keep failing, doing the same mistake all over and over again, but if you have a desire to know yourself better, to become a better person of yourself, I believe you won't give up on anything you want to try. So I tried a lot of things, video editing, graphic design, now drawing posters, anything, as long as you have a chance to showcase or to know yourself better. So that's a little bit of my sharing. I think I answered the question.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. It's very important. That is, try any avenue to test yourself and to prepare yourself. Okay, thank you so much again. Thank you to all the three speakers for this session. Let's have just 1 minute of questions. If there is any question in the chat, or if there is anyone here in the audience who would like to speak and ask any of the three speakers that we have in this slot. If you have any question or anything to comment, please raise your hand. Anyone? Or if you're shy, you can write in the chat. If you don't want to write in Malay, in English, you can also write in Malay. No problem. I will translate it for you, or I will read out your questions. Anybody? Going one? Going twice? So if none, again, on behalf of the committee and on behalf of Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia, I would like to thank all the three of you, Mr. Amir, Ms. Anissa, Mr. Arif, for your time and for your insightful speeches. And inshallah, I think it will really benefit the youngsters who are here with us. And also, we'll be blasting this in the YouTube. We also hope that those who get into the YouTube will also be inspired by the three of you. All right, so I must say that we are very proud of the three of you. Okay. All right, that is the fourth session of this webinar. And Prof. Zhu, I'm going back to you. We are going back to you, but in 10 minutes, or a little bit plus or minus, can you kindly summarize the take-homes from the 4 sessions that we've had this morning? Could you share with us your insightful and valuable insights into today's session for these young people? They are going to be our leaders, the future hope of the nation, the Form 6 students who have been with us in the last 1 week. So what are some of the take-homes for them?
Thank you, Prof. AINOL, and thank you, the three of you. I'm inspired myself. I'm 64, but we can still be inspired. What I find very interesting is in our own journey in the short presentation, where we have the older ones, the experienced voice, I say the voice of experience, from me being the oldest, of course, and to my friends who talk about their life in England. I think that is interesting because, each one of us has gone through our journey, that special journey that makes who we are. I think at the end of, I think it's very important that we, when we go through this journey, we look at this journey as, that we are actually in the process of learning. Arif, you mentioned that, that whatever we do in life, it is always about us, improving ourselves, about us looking back at what we have done in the past, and that, help us to move forward. I will respond to all of you. So what Dr. Halim, the two of my friends, and they work with me in the project, Prof. AINOL and Dr. IDAYU as well. They talk about their journey, from when they were students to who they are now. And I think more importantly is their journey, that they learn a lot in the process. And they do a lot of things, which I hope our young people, you all anak-anak lah, bukan adik, I'm not that young, so dah ada cucu dah pun. So all the anak-anak kita, just look at this journey. Don't complain about what you've gone through. Of course, we are human beings. Whenever we have any problems, of course, you will sort of feel down, feel inadequate. That's quite normal. So if you look at the two of our friends, Dr. JAMILAH and Dr. Halim, how they've gone through that journey. And also about learning English. So all of us, but perhaps Prof. AINOL, Dr. Halim may maybe they were exposed to English at young, but definitely not me and Dr. Jamilah as well. So I come from a humble background as well. But as we say, what I think is more important is what makes you strong. Yeah. You all talk about the belief in yourself, you know, the ability to look at things from a different perspective. Even though it is negative, we look at it in more positively. But of course, it's easy. People say, oh, kelas senang nak cakap. Of course, yeah, senang cakap, but it's very difficult. Yeah, but when we look back, sometimes, you know, we sort of say, why did I do that? Of course, but let us move forward and learn from what we have not done. Yeah, so our you know, this is what the process of, I think all of you brought this idea of learn, yeah, unlearn, relearn. All the three of you, you know, we all talk about that. We start learning, and then we unlearn. We realize, oh my goodness, that's not the way to do it. Yeah, that's not the way to do it. And then you start learning again. I think from all of you, I had that idea. This is very important. That will keep us strong. That will, you know, and also the belief in, I think more important as well, if you believe in yourself and also if you can inspire others to do good. I think being successful is one thing, yeah. But inspire others to help others to also be successful. Yeah, it's not just about us being successful. There's this mindset of helping others to also be successful. How do you do it? And it doesn't mean that when you earn a lot of money, you are successful. No, there are people who may not have enough money, but how come they're so happy with their life? That is successful. But it's not saying that we do not want to be, you know, to be successful in life. It's just that move on. Don't keep on thinking about negative things. Okay, so the two of my friends are talking about that. And Dr. IDAYU, being the person who she is, she's you know, a science major. She wanted to be a doctor, and I wanted to be a lawyer. Anissa, you're going to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a lawyer, but I changed my mind. I wanted to protect those, you know, who being accused of, you know, and going to be put in jail, because I thought, oh, I should protect them. I should fight for them. But again, sometimes our dream, this is our dream. But perhaps, you know, but I become someone else. You know, I become professor in English language. So that's my journey. But Dr. IDAYU talk about the future work, a lot of that. And also about decision, about, you know, Imran talks about, do you choose a popular job or do you choose something that you like? Yeah. And most of you, I think, all of you seem to be choosing what you like. That is important. I think we in academic, people sometimes think we are so boring. We are not actually. we have a, you know, we look at life differently because we do a lot of more reflection. As academic, you have to reflect. But at the same time, by reflecting, we share what we have with others. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that do whatever you like. Do that with passion, because only with passion, when you have difficulty, you move on. You move on. Yeah. So all our anak-anak, yeah, think of that. Don't give up easily. This is your journey. Your journey at the moment now, you are in Form 6. You have a lot more. You have years to go. And think of it as, oh, this is my first journey. Look at your friends, Anissa, yeah. Now we are friends. Arif, yeah. Amir, Imran. Yeah, I always call him Imran. Well, so the three of you have sort of created your own niche. Yeah. Created what you have created yourself by doing the work which you love doing. And that is a plus point. Not many people have that. So I'm telling to others, our young people, think what you want to do. Don't let others tell you what to do. Look at what you're able to do. Love it. Yeah, love it. Love your work. Look positive at yourself. Even if your English is bad, people say your English is bad. So what? I'm not professor in English language. Before that, my English was bad too. So that's normal. Dr. Jamilah also, you know, she went, and now she's also associate professor in English language. Okay, we didn't speak English well before, but that helped us to move forward. Prof. AINOL, for example, all this experience, but they had experience abroad. I went abroad a bit late. I just went to do my master's there, so it's a bit different. So, I'm much older than them anyway. Okay, so Dr. IDAYU is special in that way. She's able to tell you what are the things that are out there that other people can explore. Explore first, yeah. Look at what is needed. Like Dr. Halim, I think Dr. Halim, I remember what Dr. Halim said just now. Look at the job advertisement. Look at what they want. Look at what they want. Develop that. You have a long journey. Develop that, yeah. And the other thing is that try, yeah. If you know that it's not your strength, try. I remember, as I said, I was scared to appear in front of people because I'm actually by nature very shy. And nobody think that of me, of course, now. But what I did is every conference I will always put my name there. And I was force myself to talk. Yeah. So at first I read and myself full of words because I couldn't remember I have everything. So I was reading, so all this we learn. And I realized, oh my goodness, I better not read. Nobody listens to me. Of course, you will not listen to you because you'll be reading my slides. Yeah. But again, this is a process of learning. This is a process of learning. And that is what we all want to share. And you all share your experience. Life experience is wonderful. We call lived experience. That's why the five of us were talking about it. We said, we want to hear your voice. So you see, we have put the voice experience, of course, and then our friend's journey. Yeah. And then your voice and Dr. IDAYU's voice about what is out there for you, what you need to know. Because you need to know what is out there. At the same time, you need to develop your strength as a person. Yeah, that's why let me talk about yourself. You are. How should I put it? You all. I'm really inspired. I'm really. When people say, "What do young ones know?" Oh my goodness, you know a lot. You know a lot. Anissa, you are in England now. You love your life. And the three of them, HALIM, Dr. HALIM, Dr. JAMILAH, and Prof. AINOL, they studied abroad. They know what it's like. So they share the same experience as you, different kind of experience because they were many years ago. Yours is still quite new. Okay. And Arif, you thought you're not good enough. Yeah. You think you didn't do well. But one thing which is good about you, which I found really, really inspiring, is that you don't give up. And through your process of finding out about yourself, you realize, why should I think I'm a failure? I think that's a take-home message. Why should I think I'm a failure? You are not a failure. So you reoriented your thinking. By reorienting your thinking, you grow to be who you are now, which is amazing. And Imran, yeah, you took a wrong course before. Yeah. But let's say you give it up, for example. What will happen to you? But no, you did not give up. You tried again and you did something that you love. There you are. You blossom, you grow, and you just left the go on, continue, being whoever you are now. So what I'm going to end with this words, I think, which perhaps all of us should listen to this word. This is by Brian Herbert. The capacity to learn is a gift. Your capacity to learn is a gift. Some people, they have this gift. The ability to learn is a skill. Yeah, you develop that skill. But the willingness to learn is a choice. You all have made the right choice. All of you made the right choice. Yeah. So you become who you are. You create your own jobs. You develop your own personality. That is what we are. Yeah. We create ourselves with the help of Allah, of course. You must remember, we can only do this, but the final decision is not ours. Because sometimes when, someone said to me, Prof, you should read. And sometimes I, as a human being, of course, I look back and I say, yes. Why didn't I have that? But I told myself, ZURAIDAH, don't ask, why didn't you have that? Ask, how did I have that? And be thankful that you had something. Because as we say, when you're up here, in order to be motivated, you look at people down you, below you. They are worse than us, but they survive and they love their life. Yeah, and to move forward, look at the one at the top there. What did they do right? What haven't I done right? But more importantly, believe in yourself. And more importantly, life is a process. Yeah, whatever you get out of life is, as I said, is part of learning. We never stop learning. So I thank you all. And Prof, I know you're a wonderful moderator. Thank you. And I thank all of you. I hope that this is also a learning journey for all of us. Yeah, I learned a lot from you all. So thank you, all of you, Dr. Jamilah, Dr. Halim, Dr. IDAYU, and the three wonderful young people. I can see the future of Malaysia. Yeah, so thank you again. Thank you, Prof. AINOL.
All right, thank you, Prof. Zu. Prof. Zu again. Your speech is always insightful. All right, so we've come to the end of the webinar. And before we end, we would like to hear your voices, all the participants. And there will be a link that is going to be provided in the chat for you to provide us with your feedback about the webinar today. For all the speakers, thank you so much for spending your time the whole morning here. Our hope is that for everyone who is about to finish your Form 6, each one of you, inshallah, will be in higher education, whether locally or abroad in 2023. We hope that the sharing sessions today have given you some kind of a motivation, some insights, and clearer idea as to how you can prepare yourself, not just for tertiary, but also where you want to see yourself, charting yourself for your future career. You've also learned from the youngsters that you can actually chart your future, not just from after tertiary, but you can also be doing things while you're studying and earning money, because you actually can create jobs for yourself. So with that, I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. Jamilah BIDIN, who is also the chair of the research team on the Pensetaraan research, to do the closing session for this webinar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So welcome, Dr. Jamilah.
Thank you very much, Prof. AINOL. Again, very...
Hear you, Dr. Jamilah, if you can be a bit louder.
Okay, can you all hear me? Let's see. All right, hello. Can everyone hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Right, thank you again. Don't worry, it's just a very short closing. So, Alhamdulillah, thank you so much to everyone. I would consider that today's webinar, again, is like a masterclass. So if we were to combine the wealth of experience of Professor ZURAIDAH, Professor AINOL, Dr. Halim, Dr. IDAYU, and our three young professionals, Anissa Khadijah, Mr. Amir Imran, and Arifuddin, it's like, I think I was counting 150 years of experience. So such a wonderful experience, panelists, and who have shared so many excellent life experience, your job experience, and which I hope that everyone here joining us, you would feel more confident, motivated, and prepared for your tertiary education and also for your future careers. Right, and not just learning how to improve your English proficiency. So I hope with your willingness to learn, which is a choice, as mentioned by Professor ZURAIDAH. So I think all of us, we can be the best version that we could do in our life, right? So again, I hope that everyone would be feeling much more confidence about your readiness for tertiary education, okay, with a wonderful sharing from our young professionals. So finally, before concluding, I would like to convey my appreciation and feeling grateful to the Yang Berusaha, Tuan Chief Executive Officer, Malaysian Examinations Council, and Yang Berusaha Encik Adnan bin Hussein, Deputy Chief Executive, Yang Berusaha Encik Badrul Hisham bin Abdullah, Secretary of Research and Policy Division, Yang Berusaha Puan Siti Rohani, Puan Siti Rohani, terima kasih. And our secretariat, our respected moderator, Professor AINOL, and our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. ZURAIDAH, Professor AINOL, Dr. ABDUL HALIM, and Associate Professor Dr. Nur IDAYU, and the three young professionals. I'm also really inspired. Anissa, Imran, and Afifuddin. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and support in contributing to this webinar, as well as the Secretariat, Mr. Muhammad Hazrul Ishaq from MPM for the organization of this event. So again, I thank you to all students and teachers most warmly for your participation, and wish you all success with your studies and future careers. So Alhamdulillah, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, again, I would close this webinar. Inshallah, we'll meet again. All the best. Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. We're going to have a photo session. Could you all please stay on and then have your camera on so that the organizer will take a picture of all of us. All right. Encik Hazrul, if you can kindly let us know.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
One more. Freestyle.
Okay. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Anissa, all the way from Manchester. Thank you, Ahmed Imran. Yes, and Arif. You're very inspiring. Everybody, I think, not just Prof. I know. We would like, maybe change our job.
Change our job now.
Time.
It's not too late.
Yes. Okay. Hazrul, I hope you're not recording. You can. All right, thank you. So we have Prof. AINOL, people writing in the chat. Thank you so much.
Jumpa lagi. I need to rush to prepare for Sarah punya birthday party.
Oh, you can. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jumpa lagi. Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Bye, everyone. Bye. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hopefully berjumpa nanti.
All of you. Yeah.
Inshallah, we'll get in touch. Maybe.
Get in touch.
Dah subuh dekat sini.
Oh yeah, okay. Selamat merayakan Fardu Subuh. Kami di sini dah masa Zuhur ya.
The recording has stopped.
Alright. Don't forget our high tea from Zoo.
Oh yeah, our high tea. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Inshallah. Alright.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So, Hazrul, everyone can leave, right?
Yes. Alhamdulillah, Dr. J.
Alhamdulillah. Sorry, Prof. Zu, for all everything.
No. I enjoy being with you all. Wonderful.
Right.
Experience wonderful.
Yeah, but it's good. Really inspired when we hear everything.
Inspired these young people.
I think it's really good, Prof. Zu. It's like macam it's so compact. You started with that voice of experience, and then learning, and then it's like somehow Alhamdulillah team to the.
Ya, Tuhan bagi tiba tu tutup macam tu. Because we don't know even practice.
Right.
Prof. AINOL had to leave because Prof. Siddiq Baba just passed away, Prof. Zu.
Oh, la ilallah.
So they're having the funeral right after Zuhur prayer. So Prof. AINOL nak pergi rush to the mosque to do the solat jenazah.
Jenazah kat mana?
Tak tahu dekat mana, UIA ke mana ke?
Dekat Melaka.
Was he an economist? I forgot. Philosopher or economist?